We do right after. Ready? I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler in 36, Senator Butler in 38, Senator Carter, Senator Kaufman, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator McCon, Senator McDaniel, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Moran, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sojourner, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation by Dr. Hal Kitchings, who is the pastor of East Haven Baptist Church in Brookhaven, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Barrett. Dr. Kitchings.
Let us pray. God, we're so thankful for the gift of another day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, Lord, for the gift and availability of abundant life and eternal life through Jesus. We're so overwhelmed by your grace and the opportunities that are before us as your children. Lord, your word says, be still and know that I am God. I pray for our senators today that you would give them peace and wisdom and discernment in making decisions based on their convictions and their core values and what they stand for and who they represent. Lord, the Bible says the joy of the Lord is our strength. And so we are so thankful that regardless of what's going on in our world at large or our personal lives, our own world around us, Lord, you are our joy and you're our life. So I thank you for the families represented here and for their service to our great state. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Oh, yeah, we'll take a picture.
Make us look good.
Looking good, sir.
Yes, we have a seat here. Okay, thank you very much. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate dispense with reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Start by welcoming the students of Span School who are watching in today, watching their Senate. Welcome, students. We appreciate you being here by video and camera. Now to introductions. Senator McClendon, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues in the Senate, I'd like you to recognize, please, if I could get them to stand, Ms. Kirby Carter and her son Caleb Carter from Horn Lake, Mississippi. Caleb is an 8th grader at Bethel Baptist Church. Sharp kid. We just want to welcome him to the Mississippi State Senate.
Yeah.
Please.
Welcome, Caleb. Senator Wiggins for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator England, Senator Seymour, and Senator Delano, I want to recognize leadership Jackson County. If you'll stand up. These are the leaders in Jackson County. They're here visiting us today. Welcome to your Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator England. You're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few introductions. Senator Wiggins and I would like to welcome the Mayor of Ocean Springs, Kenny Holloway, who is in the gallery on the south side over here. Thank you for being here, Kenny. And also have a very important introduction in the north gallery, if ladies and gentlemen in the Senate will help me make welcome Project Search of the Ocean Springs and Jackson County School District. This is a program focused on providing education and training to young adults with special abilities, with a primary goal to prepare each of them for competitive employment upon completion of the program. And I'll introduce them if you'll allow me. With the program, we have instructor Lee Warsham, we have Molly Tremonti, who is business liaison with Singing River Health System, Angelia Sellers Davis, who is the MBRS counselor, Faye Culpepper, Project Search Director, Kevin Bishop, who is Director of Workforce Development, Chris Howard, the Executive Director, and most importantly, we have our interns in this program. We have Byron Perez, Keontae Hughes, Jeremiah Thompson, and Jada Leonard. I'm so glad to have you guys here with us today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Wonderful school. Appreciate y'all being here. Senator Parker for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself, Senator McClendon, and Senator Blackwell, we have Mr. Bob Bakken here today from DeSoto County News. Bob has been active in DeSoto County news and politics for many, many years, and he and his wife Jean have been friends and church members with me before I even helped him move out of one of his houses a few years ago. So please make him welcome.
It's good to have you down, Bob. We're pleased to have you with us. Certainly an asset. Senator Polk, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two introductions, actually. If y'all will pay attention to the non-smoker smokers table on your right over here is a good friend of mine who is our doctor of the day, Dr. Stephen Stogner. He is a pulmonologist from Hattiesburg Clinic. Let's make him welcome. And secondly, Mr. President, coming into the Capitol this morning, I had the great pleasure of meeting two people from Vermont who are here visiting Mississippi, visiting our state capitol. And I hope that we'll make them welcome, because the longer they stay, the more money they spend. If y'all would stand, my new friends, Bill and Sarah Fuller.
Y'all missing snow yet? Come on, we're glad you're here. Welcome to Mississippi. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. And they may have already been introduced, but just in case not, the Special Olympics of Mississippi, I think, are here at the Capitol today, and one of their athletes, Miss Maria Lejeune, was here earlier. If they are in the gallery, we certainly want to recognize them and make them welcome.
Welcome. She won medals in swimming and several others, so welcome. We're glad you're here. Okay, Senator Younger. Senator Younger, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have Kevin Bragg with student Ethan Kimbo from Cosset and Kaiser Stafford from Biggersville. These are Representative Parks young leaders, I believe, and they are from Alcorn County, and there's also a lady by the name of Larry from Miss Rita Parks, Senator Parks. Y'all please give them a big welcome.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Near the smokers table is a man who prayed earlier, Dr. Hal Kitchens. If the Senate will, please help me welcome him. He's a native of Kosciuszko, Clinton area, moved to St. Pete, Florida. Now he's back in Mississippi, so let's make him feel at home.
Welcome home, Dr. Kitchens. We're glad you're here. Okay, other introductions. Other introductions. Seeing none, we'll move to the calendar. Chairman Hobson. Pass on items 1, 2, and 3. Okay, ready? Senator Hawkins, you're ready on item 4, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 4, House Bill 401, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 401, Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission law revised certain provisions relating to a manufacturer's ownership of motor vehicle dealership.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 401 is very similar to the bill we passed off the floor last year. This deals with our automobile dealers. It passed 47-5 out of this chamber. A couple of things about the bill. Just want to make sure that's clear. There's been a little bit of press about this bill, but it does not restrict direct sales. People can buy online. This does not restrict that in any form or fashion, does not restrict service centers. It just ensures that there's one set of rules for everyone, and electronic vehicle manufacturers will be treated just like legacy manufacturers, and if they want to have dealerships in the state, they will have to follow the franchise laws that's been on the books for over 50 years. The one such showroom / dealership that's in existence today is grandfathered in this bill. That is a brief explanation of the bill, and I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator McMahon, you're recognized. Pass. Senator England, you're recognized for a question, sir.
Yeah, question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Senator England is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Sparks, you mentioned that this does not restrict online sales or service centers for electric vehicles, I believe. Is that correct?
It does not restrict direct sales when somebody goes online and orders a vehicle, and it would not restrict service centers.
Okay, but it does restrict electric vehicle manufacturers from selling their cars directly through a showroom or at these service centers. Is that correct?
It restricts any new automobile sales through a dealership from being exempted from the franchise laws, so it applies equally to legacy manufacturers as well as an electronic vehicle or electric vehicle.
Okay, and currently we do have an opinion from the Attorney General's office that found that under our current law, these sales are not restricted. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding of that?
It's not that that's, you're welcome to read the opinion, and I think we have addressed that before. That opinion was that they did not see a prohibition in the law from holding both a manufacturer's license and a dealer's license.
Okay, so currently, and look, I read the Attorney General's opinion. I know you have as well. It's the opinion of that office that what is going on here is not not against the law, but this bill that you're presenting now would restrict that from happening. Is that right?
That is correct. I think this clarifies what has been the practice for 52 years under the franchise laws.
Okay, yeah, and 52 years is a long time ago. We're moving forward in Mississippi, I hope, instead of trying to prop up something that we've had for so long. Are there any other franchises in your bill, fast food franchises, any other manufacturers or sellers or providers of goods? Or are we requiring any other franchises to go through the franchise model in this, or is this just protecting automobile dealers?
Well, it's holding everyone to the same set of rules. It does not give a right that does not belong to a legacy manufacturer to some other type of vehicle. So it's one set of rules for everybody.
Well, if we've got one set of rules already in place, why are we amending a law?
Well, I guess part of that has to do with the AG's opinion that muddied the water, in my opinion. So we've brought this legislation forward so that there's a level of certainty and fairness that all people play under one set of rules.
And would you agree with me? I know we're using terms of art here that like you said, this bill has gotten plenty of press out there, but you have what is known as open states and closed states when it comes to a manufacturer being able to sell directly to a consumer rather than going through a franchise. And just for the benefit of our fellow senators here, an open state allows, under their current law, would allow a manufacturer to sell directly, whereas a closed state requires you to go through a franchisee. Is that correct?
That's your definition, not mine. This bill actually addresses the fact that if people want to sell new automobiles through a brick and mortar structure, that they follow the franchise laws. That's the intent of the bill.
So they have a different sales model that doesn't follow the franchise model, and we're telling them that they can't use their sales model here in Mississippi. Or we're at least attempting to do that if this law passes. Is that right?
Well, their sales model started out as direct-to-customer online sales, and that is not restricted. They now desire, it appears, that they would like to have brick-and-mortar facilities, and they do not want to follow the franchise laws that everybody else has to follow. So that's kind of where we're at.
Are you aware of any other states that are currently closed off, that currently restrict electric vehicle dealers selling directly at a brick and mortar location? Are you aware of any states that do that currently?
I'm not aware of the other 49 states' laws. Don't know what their franchise laws are. I know that in the state of Mississippi since 1970, we've operated under this model for new vehicle sales. But for an AG's opinion, everybody seemed to be on the same page. There was also obviously the effort to go create an LLC to circumvent what the actual question was to the AG. So it's not really a good faith argument to say, well, that's what the law says, because they knew it didn't say that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone and formed a LLC to try to circumvent the law while they awaited the opinion of the Attorney General's office.
Well, we're using terms like circumvent the law and not following the same rules. Are you aware of any lawsuits that have been brought by any of these current automobile dealers that follow the franchise model? Have they sued any of these electric vehicle manufacturers that come in and have set up shop in Mississippi?
I'm not aware of any lawsuits around this legislation.
Okay, yeah, and I find that interesting because if they're circumventing the law and are not following the rules, I would think that a lawsuit would have been filed. I just find it interesting. Instead of doing that, we're here changing a law, or seeking to change our law to require them to fit into a certain mold that we've had, as you say, for 52 years here in Mississippi. Are you aware of any other states in the union that are allowing electric vehicles to be sold directly by the manufacturer?
Again, I've not researched the other 49 states. I'm dealing with what the laws of the state of Mississippi are.
Okay. Are you aware, or do you have any opinion of the economic development that electric vehicles are bringing to other states, and with regard to not only the manufacture of these vehicles, but also the supplies and the batteries that come along with that? Are you aware of other states that are currently benefiting from those sales?
Well, I don't know if they're benefiting from the sales. If you're talking about a manufacturing facility for batteries or things of that nature, yes, I'm, aware that there are different industries that are going into states. Yes.
Okay, Senator Sparks, I know you and I have talked about this a lot, and we had conversations last year and this year, and I do appreciate your conversations with me, and I appreciate you answering my questions. Mr. President, I do have an amendment or two at the proper time.
If you bring your amendment forward, Senator England. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Wiggins is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Thanks for rocking this baby. So I have a couple questions too. And please tell me if I'm in error on this, but if we vote for this bill, then we're voting to support protectionist policies in the state of Mississippi. That's correct, right?
No, those are your words. I would not agree with that.
You may not agree with it, but that's what we're doing. Protectionist policies, because what the effect of this bill will be is to keep a business out of this state, correct?
I would not keep a business out of this state. It would keep a brick and mortar store holding itself out to be a dealership that doesn't follow the franchise laws, except for the one location that currently exists, to not be eligible for a license.
So, well, if Tesla, and I'll use them because they've been in the news, has said they won't come to Mississippi if this law passes. Is that correct?
They're already here. They're the one location that's being grandfathered in.
Okay, so they are being grandfathered in.
That's correct.
Okay, so what about Rivian or somebody else like that? Are they being grandfathered in?
There are no existing showroom/dealerships by any other manufacturer or entity that I'm aware of that are not following the franchise laws.
So, okay, so the answer to my question is no, Rivian and other companies are not grandfathered in this bill.
Yes, there's nothing to grandfather, I'm sorry.
But didn't you say that Tesla is grandfathered in?
The location that they have, yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
So there's just one, yeah, so if Tesla wanted to open up, if they wanted to sell a car in Harrison County, then I'm going to have to drive to Jackson to go do it. Is that correct?
No, you can order it online, deliver it to your door.
And deliver it to my door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then what's the point of having the dealership?
Well, they don't have to have a dealership. That's their choice. They chose not to have a dealership for many years. Then they decided that they wanted to sell like a dealership, but not follow the dealership law. And all we're saying is, it's not picking on them. It's saying that whomever comes together to sell an automobile, a new automobile in the state of Mississippi, if they choose to do it with a brick and mortar store, will just have to follow the same franchise laws that all the other manufacturers have to follow.
So in other words, the government is dictating the market.
I don't know that they're dictating the market. That's been the law for 53 years.
Again, the government has set that up and is dictating the market. So if somebody new wants to come in, by God, they have to follow the laws that are here, right?
Yeah, but they have to do that in every business.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we've been trying to remove regulations for years on different professions and different businesses. And now this is saying we're going to put more regulations on our businesses, correct?
Well, we're going to enforce the law that's on the books, yes.
No, this bill came to us from the Dealers Association because they're afraid of the competition that's out there by things like Tesla, Rivian, and other dealerships. Not even dealerships, other car manufacturers.
Now, I figure they would sell a car. If they can sell a car and make a profit, I'm sure they'd love to sell a car. They don't have a problem with electric vehicles. I think the problem is that one company or one propulsion system gets a completely different sales model exemption than they get. So, Nissan's been making vehicles here in Mississippi for years. Toyota's been making vehicles here for years. And those people do not have this carve out.
So why not, let's just get rid of the franchises law and just get rid of it and open up the whole market.
That would be fair.
Okay, let's do
be
that.
more interested. Well, now that, you can drop that bill. I'll be glad
You
to-
want to,
to
would you
listen to
be
debate.
friendly, would it be a friendly amendment to you to strip all the franchises out and just open it up to everybody?
No, sir, I don't think you'd want to make a rash decision about that before you actually listen to the people out there in the industry from the manufacturer side and the retailer side, et cetera. But you're welcome to drop that bill next year.
So let's call this what it is. It's a protectionist bill for auto dealers because they're threatened by the likes of the Teslas and other new companies. And we're a state that prides ourselves on being business friendly, and this is a bill against businesses, new businesses.
Is that a question?
It is.
Oh, no.
So,
Is the answer.
okay. You may think it's no, but that's what it is if we vote for this bill. We're keeping new businesses out of the state of Mississippi and putting government regulations on them.
Well, we're not keeping business out. We are saying if you choose to have a brick and mortar dealership, you just have to follow the same laws that everyone else has to follow. Just because your propulsion system is not an internal combustible engine does not make it not a car. Please don't tell me that Tesla's car doesn't identify as a car. We're having to deal with things already when people don't want to identify as what they are. It's a car.
I agree that a Tesla is a car. So I'm not really sure why we're dictating what a combustible engine is and what's an electric engine and all that.
Well, because that's the basis of their desired exemption is we're different. We're new, we're electric, and you're still a car. So if it's a new car being sold at a dealership, then they just have to follow the franchise rules. It's not complex. It's not discriminatory. It is literally saying whoever sells new cars in the state of Mississippi, as the law is and has been and appears to be somewhat murky because of an attorney general's opinion, would be cleared up by this, and it would be fair for everybody, one set of rules for all new automobile sales through a brick and mortar dealership.
I think you are an excellent presenter of the bill, Senator, because your answers are very nuanced, and I appreciate that. That being said, the reality is if we vote for this bill and we're conservatives, we are asking more regulations to be put on a new business and new business companies in this space.
I just don't consider it a new business. We've been buying cars for a long time. And if Doc Brown and Marty McFly wheeled into the Capitol grounds with their flex capacitor operated car, it would still, if they wanted to sell new cars, that wouldn't have been a new car because that was a DeLorean that they modified to travel in time. So it might not fall under this bill. But if it is a car as defined in the statute and you want to sell it through a brick and mortar dealership, you just got to follow the law.
So I'm almost done. So question is, you know what a disruptor is, correct? Within the business community? Disruptor?
I don't want to assume what your definition is. I'll be glad to let you tell
Okay,
me.
so you would agree that somebody like Uber was a disruptor in the transportation industry and disrupted the cab industry, correct?
I would say that was a method of moving from place to place where you made direct contact with an individual in their private vehicle that could carry you from place to place versus calling in, to a cab.
In other words, the answer is yes, they disrupted the taxi cab industry. So what this bill is doing is we don't like disruptors when disruptors like Uber, maybe even Facebook, when they came about, those who are in business, they don't like that because it's going to change competition. And so this is what this bill is doing. We're protecting businesses from competition, and as somebody who's a Republican, I would think that we would not want to do that.
Well, when you talk about disruptors, it's a disruptor to the industry when $7,500 subsidized rebates are offered to purchase a particular kind of car. It's a disruptor when you say that our country is ready for electric vehicles to the extent that the federal government is going to mandate it and states like California are going to mandate. Those are disruptors. The fact that someone wants to make an electric vehicle and sell it more power to you. I'm proud for people that want to have those cars. That's fine. But in this case, we're only talking about one thing. We're not talking about the great wealth transfer of green energy. We're not talking about subsidies. We're talking about a brick and mortar new car dealership within the confines and boundaries of the state of Mississippi. Simply has to follow the franchise laws.
I know this isn't in your area, but do you know why Mississippi has been said to have succeeded in the gaming space?
No, sir.
Okay, that's because we chose to let the market decide and let the winners be winners and the losers be losers, let the market decide, and we've thrived in that space. Unlike Louisiana, who chose to decide on one casino, and they've had all kinds of corruption. So the market can make that determination without the government getting involved. So I appreciate your handling. I think you're doing a good job, but I just think that we need to look at what we're doing here. Thank you very much.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, but Governor, before my question, could I introduce a group in the gallery?
Certainly. Is that Senator McMahon's as well? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before my question, we have a group here from our local co-op with Mr. Michael Bellapani. If you would stand. And on behalf of myself, Senator McClendon, Senator Whaley, and Senator Blackwell, glad to have you here today, and please welcome them to their capital.
Okay. Senator Blunt?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I have a question too.
Okay.
I just want to throw that in at the bill.
We'll come back to you. Senator Blunt, do you have an introduction out of order, and then we'll get on with the questions.
Yes, sir, I do have an introduction. On behalf of Senator Frazier, Senator Horn, and Senator Norwood, it is my honor to recognize and ask to stand in the West Gallery this morning the students from the #1 rated elementary school in the state of Mississippi that is 2 blocks from this building, the students at Obama Magnet School, and their teachers, Miss Bell and Miss Evans. Please stand up. Congratulations on being #1 in the state of Mississippi. We're glad to have you here.
Okay, Senator McMahon, did you have an introduction, and then we'll get back to the matter at hand.
Mr. President, thank you. I would like the senators to focus on the North Gallery. Today, we have Colonel Randy Guillen, Mississippi Highway Patrol, and Colonel Sanders are here. And we have some very special guests with them under leadership of Dr. Jay Allen and Tyler Camp. ICC is here with the program with students of the first of their kind. These students are participating in the Mississippi Highway Patrol ICC Candidate on Rapid Entry Program, the first of its type program in this state. These students will graduate with an associate's degree in criminal justice and then proceed on to the troopers. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Thank you. Welcome to your capital. We look forward to your service. Senator England, last one. On introduction, we need to get back to the bill.
We do, Mr. President. Thank you very much for allowing me to do this, and I appreciate everybody's indulgence on this. But I do have some students representing Singing River Electric at the Electric Cooperatives of Mississippi 2023 Youth Leadership Workshop. We have Cameron Bardwell from East Central High School, Kevin McLean from Wayne County High School, and Daniel Pickens from Resurrection High School. Thank you for being here. Please help me make them feel welcome to our capital.
Thank you. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question. Senator Sparks?
Yes, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for indulging for the introductions there. I want to just ask a couple of questions here, just from what I've heard in the discussion here. So there have been some mention of certain manufacturers and other groups here and inability to get a product. If this bill, as you're introducing here, passes, will I still be able to order and purchase a Tesla in the state of Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Will I have to go to the one Tesla dealership in the state to get that car? Or will there be other ways for me to get that car?
That will be up to the people selling it to you. They can deliver it to your door if they see fit.
So they could get it to me if I wanted to?
There would be no legal prohibition.
And if that Tesla down the road had some problem and was not working properly and I needed to have it fixed, would I be able to go to that Tesla repair shop? I would assume Tesla, if they have a dealership, is also going to have a repair facility. Would they hopefully be able to repair that problem for me?
Well, you would think they would have a service center dealership. They're not required to have one, only to sell cars. You have to have that dealership license. But it also doesn't restrict building multiple service centers at some point in the future if they sell many of these cars. But that'll be a decision that they'll make. But there is no prohibition against a service center at that one location or any other location in the state they would choose to build one.
Would you feel comfortable buying one of the most expensive things that most people buy in their life, a vehicle, and wondering one day if you're going to have a place where you could take that to have it repaired, serviced, or Lord forbid, like a lot of rechargeable batteries I have in products around my home, I find that those batteries sometimes quit working and I have to get a new battery. Would you feel comfortable having a product that within the state you couldn't get any service or any repair done on?
My personal choice, I probably wouldn't buy one right now because it's out of my price range, but it's also some issues about the batteries and things like that. But that's the issue more so would be somebody can buy whatever they choose to buy. They can choose, they bought an Edsel years ago and that didn't work out real well, but they could buy any vehicle they want to purchase. And I think one comment I heard was let adults be adults. Well, they can purchase that car and therefore they'll just have to live with what they have, but that'll be a decision they can make.
Okay, now I want to get into a couple other things that I think I've heard you mention or talk about, and this is some of the provisions that I've heard that have been suggested of existing dealers by maybe manufacturers of an electric vehicle within their same product line. And I'll just name one just to make it easier to understand. So if I have, for example, a Ford dealership in my area that's selling Fords, are they going to be easily, without legislation, able to bring in electric vehicles and then sell those electric vehicles on the same lot that they're selling their combustion gasoline vehicles on without this legislation?
Well, they are doing that today. I mean, there's hybrids, there's electric vehicles that are being sold by the legacy manufacturers today, but they're new cars, so they have to follow the franchise laws and be sold to those dealerships. One of the concerns, and it's not, again, an issue with electric vehicles, it is an issue of the mandates that we're seeing from across the federal government and across states as it affects this industry, that if we allow what's going on here to be the rule and not the exception, that those legacy manufacturers may just carve out the best-selling cars and strip them away from the dealership. So yes, it is an unfair competitive advantage to an electric vehicle company, and it would be an unfair advantage to a legacy manufacturer if we left this in the, I guess, distress that it's in.
And with the electric vehicles in particular, has there been any move by the, I guess, the manufacturers at the highest level to require their legacy dealers to put in equipment or things like that to support the electric vehicle market? Would you comment on that?
Yes, and I didn't mean to cut you off there. I've tried to be engaged on this bill, and I did go to the Automobile Dealer Commission for a hearing on that very matter, and there is a major manufacturer who was requiring existing dealerships to participate in a nationwide charging program to install public-facing rapid chargers at the cost of well into the hundreds of thousands, if not into the millions, to continue to be able to sell the product that they're already contractually allowed to sell. So yes is the answer. People are trying to build charging stations on the backs of taxpayers, obviously, because we've done that with subsidies for the last several years. And now they're trying to build it on the backs of our local dealers to say, if you want to continue to sell our cars and we have mandates to move to electric, then you will build an electric charging system where you can't play ball. You will be geo-fenced out of the online world, and that is another piece of this problem. But the key part of this legislation is, if you want to have a brick and mortar store, follow franchise laws. That solves it for everybody.
Right, and to your point, would such a mandate being put on a legacy dealer be a disruptive type of function that's happening in our government? There's been a lot of questions and a lot of comments already about what we're doing here being disruptive. Is that not being disruptive in the fact that you're requiring a legacy dealer to do something that they had not intended to do when they wanted to set up their dealership, go by the franchise laws as we have in place? Do you see that as an advantage of what you're proposing here too, is that we are making the playing field equally fair, equally available, and we're just requiring people to play by the rules we've had on the books here for many, many years?
One of the great things about investment and economic development is that they want to know that you'll enforce the laws you have and that you'll be consistent in that application. And that's what this bill intends to do.
And I'll say this too, there was some comment about this being protectionist in some way or another. I know earlier in this session we had a bill that, and there are a lot of attorneys in this room, but there was a bill that if you are an attorney who does not have a license in the state of Mississippi, and you're not practicing in the state of Mississippi, and you have a billboard up that you would have to put on there that you don't practice in the state of Mississippi. Would you see a law like that being somewhat protectionist in nature?
Well, I guess it could be. I'll try to give you the same answer I gave Senator Wiggins. If it's protectionism in your mind, I'm not going to challenge you on that. But if it's equal to what he was suggesting, I understand the question.
So I guess the reason for that question is to say that, there are points of view in this room that are always going to be held by the perspective that we each come from.
Sure.
And as a non-attorney, I might have a different perspective on that, but I think on something as critical as this, for the largest purchases that people make, probably outside their home, we need to be aware of the impact that this may have on the consumer 10 or 15 years down the road. If indeed, every single vehicle in this state is being ordered online, there will be a consequence of that. So I thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like you to direct your attention to the North Gallery. We have some youth leadership students here with Southwest Electric. On behalf of Senator Abbott, Butler, and Senator Barrett, we have Connor Cunningham from Lord Star Attendance Center. We have Lena Hughes from Natchez High School. We have Jason Miller from Franklin County High School, and Ava Rando from Wilkinson County Christian Academy. Would the city please make them welcome?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order, please, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Fort County has 4 students in the West Gallery. If you ladies would stand, we'd like to welcome you on behalf of Senator Younger, Senator Turner Ford. We have Ariana Brown, Avery Gundy, Mackenzie Murphy, and Evie Stevens. Welcome to your Senate, ladies.
Thank you. Okay. Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
I'm here for a question, Mr. President.
Please yield. Senator, were you here for a question?
I do.
You're here for a question. Please proceed.
Just a couple of questions, Senator Sparks. Most of my questions have already been asked and answered. I heard some language about discrimination or discriminatory or things of that nature. Can you point to me anything that's discriminatory in this particular bill that we're dealing with right now?
Certainly not that I'm aware of. It's an attempt to apply the law consistently.
And so, in my understanding of the bill, this equalizes the playing field for everyone in the state of Mississippi. It doesn't set a bar higher for one vehicle. It doesn't even say, you know, it doesn't single out a set of vehicles and set a different bar for them than any other manufacturer. It puts everybody on an equal playing field.
That's correct. And again, for 50-plus years, it wasn't confused. But again, we've had a level of confusion, and part of our job in the legislature, if there is confusion and we see fit to make it clear that we do that, and that's what this legislation intends to do.
My next question, I want to talk about the auto dealers, because there was a line of questioning that made it seem that if you were pro-business, you wouldn't support this bill. But are auto dealers businesses?
Yes, they are. I'm sorry, yes.
And do they pay taxes just like everyone else in the state? Do they employ people in their communities? Are they a part of their communities? Because for some reason, I'm feeling like, or from the rhetoric that I'm hearing, it's almost as if auto dealers aren't businesses. And I would argue that auto dealers are not only businesses, they're small businesses, they're more localized, and they're if not more, they're just as effective as all of these other businesses that we're talking about. Is that true?
Sure, and it's not so much about who's a business and who does what at what level. It's that they have played by one set of rules. Someone came in, they saw fit to circumvent, in my opinion, those rules, and the legislature is clearing that up. I don't think anybody means to besmirch the 217 dealerships across the state that have about 18,000 jobs. That's not, by the dealerships and their indirect situations. Plus, we have two legacy manufacturers, one in Canton and one in Blue Springs, and they've been employing Mississippians for a long time, and they make cars. And if we allowed things to continue as they were, they're at a competitive disadvantage as a manufacturer in the state of Mississippi, because they're not allowed to do this because they're not an electric vehicle company. So the carve-out attempt was so narrow, and I do believe that, we've had some interference in the market as it relates to, and we could go on and on. I don't want to do that. I don't want to belabor it. But the manipulation of the price of oil, the failure to do things with fossil fuels that we probably should be doing, which supposedly has made electric vehicles the people's choice. Well, it's not the people's choice when you're subsidizing it. It's not the people's choice when you're driving up the fuel for the other one through the roof that people can't afford it. And it's not the people's choice when you tell a dealership that, you can exist if you want to, but we're going to steadily pull away your inventory to sell as we shift to this all-electric model.
Well, and here's my thing. I think we agree on the general premise of the bill and all of those things. And I'm like you, not trying to get into the superiority or what should be or who should be buying what. I just want to make sure that the law that we have here is equalizing the market and no one is being discriminated against. And yes, my reading of the bill does that. Is that correct?
Yes, one set of rules for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Okay, Senator Hawkins, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Senate, in the South Gallery, we have a good group of young ladies. This is the Northwest Rankin High School cheerleaders. They are back-to-back national game day champions. They just won their second national title at the UCA competition. If y'all would please help me make them welcome.
See Representative Yancey up there. I'll welcome him to the chamber as well.
I don't think he's a member of the squad, though, Senator. Maybe, I don't know, whatever. All right, let's try to finish. Senator McClendon.
Question, please.
You for a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator McClendon.
Senator Sparks, have you ever seen a Cannon Motors sign in the outfield or at a basketball court, football field?
Yes, I am familiar.
Have you ever seen a Tesla sign?
I'm not going to entertain that question, just to be honest with you. This is not about picking winners and losers. This is about one set of rules. And if somebody chooses to advertise or not advertise, that's not what this bill is about. I appreciate what you are asking me, and I don't mean to be disrespectful of the question, but this bill does one thing. it says we'll all play by the same set of rules. Now, how somebody wants to take the money they make and distribute that, that's their choice.
Does this compare at all to the ABC warehouse?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about restrictions on how business is done and manufacturers not being able to sell directly to customers, and the state being intervened in that business for many years, and on top of that, the state receiving, I think, 27% markup on the product, yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator Fillingane, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
We yield for a question, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Fillingane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you may have already answered this. I apologize if you have, but I think in response to a question by Senator Wiggins earlier, when he had asked about the Tesla dealership in Rankin County being grandfathered in, this legislation grandfathers that one site in, correct?
That is correct.
But if there were a second Tesla site that wanted to come in, say to the Mississippi Gulf Coast or to DeSoto County or any other part of our state, would this legislation allow a dealership owned by Tesla to locate anywhere else in the state?
It would not allow a dealership owned by Tesla. They could enter into a franchise agreement with someone and have additional dealerships, but not directly owned by the manufacturer.
So when you talk about grandfathering, you're not talking about Tesla as a company is being grandfathered in for any dealerships they would like to own. You're merely talking about the one current site already in Rankin County.
That is correct.
Okay. And so essentially is your argument, and I hear you and you've done a fantastic job presenting the bill, but when you say it's one set of rules, and these rules have been in place for a long, long time, and so anybody who would like to sell a car in this state can come into our state and they can abide by the current set of rules and they can sell whatever they want to sell. That's essentially, I think, your argument, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. But that presupposes, doesn't it not, that the business model for all of these dealerships and all these car companies that have been in place for many years, under which we've all abided by, will continue being the same business model. And I hope you would agree with me that the EV business model is very different than the fuel combustion engine business model. Would you agree with that?
When you say business model, the propulsion is obviously different, but are you talking about just delivery to market of their product?
Yes. Yeah.
Some of them, yes, have chosen to be direct. Of course, again, some of our legacy manufacturers are making all EV cars and they're selling them at franchise dealerships. So,
exactly. So would you agree that you are trying to dictate the way in which these companies are trying to operate in the way they sell their vehicles if they choose to do so in Mississippi?
if they choose to have a brick and mortar shop, yes, we're
Right.
saying follow franchise laws.
Yeah. And so when you're going to spend, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 on a vehicle, does it not make sense that you want to sort of kick the tires? You want to test drive it? You want to be able to smell the interior? You want to look through the windows? I mean, those are all the things that I typically do when I purchase a vehicle. Would that not make sense that when you're buying a car of any size or magnitude, you would want to actually be able to see it and touch it and feel it and not just look on a computer screen and say, hey, I like this color or I like that interior? Does that not make sense?
Well, I personally would want to do all those things, yes.
Yeah, I would too. And I think that, our citizens, more importantly, would like the opportunity to do that. And yet, by passing this legislation, would you agree that for the EV car manufacturers like Tesla, Rivian, Lucid, some of these other companies, their business model it doesn't comport with our current laws. And so therefore, this legislation is saying you either do it our way or, go sell your cars in some other state. We don't want you coming into Mississippi and locating dealerships here that you would own. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say we certainly aren't saying we don't want you to come to Mississippi and have dealerships. We welcome them to have dealerships. They just have to follow the franchise laws, or they can sell direct to customer. But I understand your question, and I personally, would like to go look at the car and kick the tire, smell the leather, whatever it may be. But we're just trying to establish that there's one set of rules for new car sales in the state of Mississippi.
But sometimes those sets of rules don't work. Would you agree? Sometimes as industries change, as technology changes, sometimes don't we have to say, wait a minute, the same set of rules that have worked for 30 years just don't work the same way and as well any longer. I mean, are you familiar with a company called Kodak?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we all used to have Kodak film and Kodak cameras and even Polaroid cameras, correct?
Yes.
Do we use those as much anymore?
I don't
The
think
Kodak
so.
film?
I don't think so.
I don't think we do. I don't think anybody does. And the reason for that, would you agree with me, is because technology changed and everyone changed with it. Kodak chose to do it the way they've done it for the past 20, 30, 40 years, and they lost like 90% of their market share, and they're really no longer in business any longer in that particular industry. I think they have a spinoff that does something totally different. But as far as film, Kodak really is out of the marketplace because they refused to move forward with technology. They refused to change as the world around them was changing. Would you agree with that?
I think in that example, I think, Kodak, we moved to more digital capture even within our own phones, and it made them obsolete to a great degree.
I agree totally with that. And I think if we're not careful, because of home cooking rules and wanting to be friends with those we've been friends with for a long time, who've treated us well and that we've treated well in return, that we're going to really deprive the citizens of our state of new technologies that everybody in the other 49 states is going to have the benefit of. But here in Mississippi, because maybe we like being last for some reason all the time, I'm not sure, Senator Sparks, maybe we just like being last, and it's a badge of honor, we're the last one to change, But in this instance, I think if we're not careful, we could, out of good intentions or good purposes, we could really deprive our citizens of the ability to have an EV car, to kick the tires, to feel the inside of the interior, to test drive it even, and come back and say, yeah, I don't like this, or I do like this. Would you agree that sometimes, even when we're being very well intentioned, we can do the wrong thing and we can deprive our citizens of opportunities that they really ought not to be deprived of?
And I think it relates to this bill and the future markets. Obviously, we'll be back next spring if there's something, or the spring after that, or the spring after that, and work together to try to do whatever we need to do on any issue. The issue, and I think Senator England stated it out pretty well, is that it appeared to be clear to everyone for 50 plus years until an Attorney General's opinion was requested. Then a company went to the Secretary of State's office and for $50 created the Mississippi LLC, and then reapplied. They knew what they were doing. There's no confusion there that they knew the law did not favor them, but they chose to go this route, and they happened to catch a break with an AG's opinion. So we're coming back and reestablishing what we believe the law has been all along. And I'll go one step further. You asked me about automobile industry. I got a text this morning from a lady in my district who said, because I had some visitors yesterday from the Red Coat Day, and she said, talked with her and said, wanted to reach out to you because, we need a dialysis center in our area, and I'm going to get to call her later today and explain to her what certificate of need is and how that prevents a dialysis center from being built. So for us to act like this is the only industry in the world that we have laws that somebody says, not that I'm being discriminated against, as Senator Hickman said, is I don't want to do it that way. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. There's a lot of things that people would like to do when they come to this state. I'm sure Trader Joe's would be here if they could sell $2 Chuck. But you know what? They can't sell $2 Chuck because that's alcohol. And in the state of Mississippi, we don't allow grocery stores to sell wine. Could that be a bad law? I don't know. It's on the book. So my question is not so much what should the law be, because I think the law was clear. It's that should it be consistently applied, and that's what we're trying to do. But everything you're saying, I do not fail to appreciate.
Well, I appreciate that, and I tend to agree with you. Of course, I'm in favor of doing away with CONs myself. I filed bills to that effect. So if you want to have that conversation later after this debate, I'm all in favor. I think it's archaic language, much like this is, that holds our state back in many ways. So I think in that point, you and I may be very consistent. I just feel like if we're going to be consistent, we ought to be consistent in this set of laws too, and say that regulation And protectionism is, in the long run, a very bad model for our state, and it holds us back. It holds our citizens back from opportunities that they ought to be allowed to pursue if they want to. Now, I'm like you. I can't afford an EV, and I don't plan on buying one anytime soon. Can't afford it. But if I were of a mind to purchase one, I certainly would want the ability to go down to a dealership, to look at it, to test drive it, to kick the tires, to look under the hood or whatever you do with these things. I would want that opportunity, and I'm just afraid that the way this bill is worded, that you're only going to have the opportunity to do that in Pearl, in one dealership, and if I don't want to buy that type of car, if I want to buy some other type of EV, or I don't want to drive to Pearl, I want to drive to Hattiesburg or the Gulf Coast instead, I'm not going to have the opportunity to do that. And I think we are the policymakers in the state, and just saying this is the way we've always done it, and so, that's the way we're always going to do it, that just doesn't pass the smell test, I don't think.
Well, and I appreciate that, but again, they're welcome to build dealerships, or another company can build dealerships and operate them. They just have to follow the franchise laws. So actually, the manufacturer's making a choice not to participate, but if the market demand is enough, I'm pretty confident they will negotiate with a third party and open a dealership.
And I'm pretty sure that our market share with 3 million people out of 330 million people across the country is probably not going to be enough to entice a national and international company to change their business model just because Mississippi says so. So what's ultimately going to happen, because we're being defiant and saying do it our way or the highway, we're just going to miss out on those opportunities, and I think that's a shame for the citizens of our state. But I do appreciate you taking my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You have a question? You're here for a question, Senator Sparks.
I yield.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. I believe earlier in the debate, you talked about subsidies, federal subsidies for these electric cars, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about subsidies for these charging stations.
Yes.
Correct. Do you recall in 2008, President George Bush announcing a $17.4 billion bailout to General Motors and Chrysler?
Yes.
Do you also recall John McCain, when he was running for president against Barack Obama, canceling a debate at Ole Miss and running back to D.C. for the bailout?
Well, they actually had the debate at Ole Miss. It was pretty historic.
Well, he was going to cancel it and got some pushback. You're right. He was going to cancel it, got pushback. He'd already issued a press release that he was going to suspend his campaign and run back for the bailout. I believe that's the way it went.
Based on the results of that race, I'm not sure his campaign ever got unsuspended.
Well, my point is, we had a Republican president that bailed out General Motors and Chrysler. And who became the president in 2008?
I believe Barack Obama.
Barack Obama. So Republicans weren't acting like Republicans, bailing out these car industries and banks and stuff like that. So my concern is that I have heard, and many of you may not have, but if you do your homework and you talk to a lot of people, I have heard that all manufacturers want to move to this model, not just Tesla. So I would have a concern that if we change the law, because if we were going to go by existing law, we could just table this bill, correct?
Well, then we have this murky AG's opinion issue out there.
It looked kind of clear to me, not murky, but basically it was an interpretation of our current law. So I think if we were going to enforce current law, we could probably just table this bill. But I'm sure you're not amenable to tabling the bill. But my biggest concern is, and I would ask if you had heard this, and maybe you haven't, but I was talking to some people that work for car dealerships, and they told me basically that all manufacturers, or at least theirs, where I was at the car lot, wanted to move to this model. So would you have a concern that if other dealers move to this model, that we would only have the option for our folks to buy any car online if other dealers choose to move to this option, or they would have to go to a manufacturer's facility in another state that doesn't have this law we're trying to pass?
I think there's a couple of things there. If you're talking about legacy manufacturers, I don't believe they hold that position. Second,
They might not openly tell you, but I've been told by some insiders that that's the model they would, maybe I'm being lied to, but that's what I have been told.
but the second issue would be that the way that the bill was interpreted or the law was interpreted would not allow legacy manufacturers. You've hit on a second very important point of this bill. It still goes back to playing by one set of rules, but it's not anti-EV. The issue is that the manufacturers themselves could carve out their most popular product lines, make them EV only, and then circumvent the dealership model, but the bill didn't allow for that because they are an existing legacy. So this group is electric vehicle only manufacturers. We're literally wanting to carve out to the exclusion of our own legacy manufacturers, which include Nissan and Toyota in this state. So I agree with you on that part.
Well, my concern is, like Senator Fillingane's, is that Mississippians are not going to have dealerships. South Mississippi's not going to be able to have a dealership. There's people down there that can afford Teslas. I can't afford them, but there's people that can afford them that might like to work in the dealership or might like to go test drive a car down there or whatever, and might not want to drive to Pearl. So, you know, when we're talking about, you know, not being able to put a dialysis center there, are you aware of, not just Senator Fillingane, but I and quite a number of other people have been filing CON repeal bills for a long, long time?
Sure.
And we think that's good policy. We need to fix that. But in the same realm, Mississippi, are you aware that Mississippi has been in the past ranked as some of the most anti-competitive states, even by some of Mississippi State's research?
I'm not familiar with the study you're referencing.
Well, that's my concern, is that protecting turf is what we seem to do in Mississippi, and that just doesn't help us move forward. But I do appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you.
Senator Tate, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator McConn, Senator Hickman, and myself, I'd ask for the Senate to direct their attention to the West Gallery. We have with us today Ms. Julie Bowles of EMEPA. They have part of their leadership group Isaiah Rios, Chloe Hiller, Star Wade, Abby Godwin, and Corey Kingery. If y'all will, please make them feel welcome.
Okay, questions? Any further questions? Okay. Senator England. Yes, sir, we're ready for your amendment, sir. It's on the board, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senate. I know this is a bill that some of us are probably tired of and tired of debating, but if you'll bear with me on this amendment, it's a good amendment after this good debate that we've had. And what this amendment would do, if I could name an amendment, I would name this our Save Us From Ourselves amendment. It offers a 2-year repealer on this language, is one thing that it does. It will give us a chance to see how other states are handling this situation with electric vehicles, to see if they're going to open their market, and give us a chance to come back and look at it soon, so that we don't fall behind our sister states in attracting this new technology and this new sales model to our state. Now, in the state of Florida, they allow electric vehicles to sell directly to consumers. And every time I visit Florida, I see other manufacturers there selling through their franchise model. They do it. It works. We're not killing car dealers. They didn't kill them in Florida. It's not going to kill them here. But if we miss out on this, and I know it sounds silly when we think about it right now, but if we were here passing a bill to support your local mom and pop video store against Netflix, by telling Netflix, hey, we're okay with you showing movies to consumers in Mississippi. We're not telling you you can't show movies to consumers. We're just telling you you got to do it by the DVD form, because that's what we have here in Mississippi. and our mom and pop video stores are, supporting our local communities and whatnot. It sounds silly, but that's what we're doing. Same thing with, I know the last year when we debated this, we talked about wagons being pulled behind horses and how we moved on from that. We didn't require transportation by wagons when combustible engines started. I say we didn't, I wasn't here. Maybe we did. Senator Fillingame made a great point that we seem to try to, step in our own way sometimes when all of us in this room know where the direction is headed on this and where electric vehicles are in the state of this country. So again, the first part of this amendment, and I offer these as two amendments into one out of concern of being here for a very long time, gives us a 2-year repealer. We can come back and extend it. If other states aren't doing anything, we'll come back and extend the repealer. We'll protect our auto dealers even further out than 2 years. Or we can look at it and give them a chance to look at it. And if other states are attracting businesses that we are closing ourselves down from here in Mississippi, we can let the repealer go into effect and sunset this terrible policy that we're establishing here. The other part of this amendment, as I mentioned, Florida allows electric vehicles to be sold directly from the manufacturer, which is their sales model. In Pensacola, the dealership that we have here, the electric vehicle manufacturer that we're allowing to be grandfathered in with one location here because they followed our laws as it's currently written and opened a dealership here. Well, that same dealership doesn't have any location to sell their vehicles on site between Pensacola and Houston. I would love for this dealership, and I know they're looking. I've had talks with them. I would love for them to be able to locate a location down on the Gulf Coast or any of your areas if you want to do that. I want them to bring their jobs here to Mississippi. So what I'm asking you is for just one more automobile dealer for this grandfathered in dealer that we currently have. I try not to mention products and people in here, but we all know who I'm talking about here. Let's allow them one more. Let them come set up where they want to set up on our I-10 corridor if they so choose to do that, and bring jobs to South Mississippi and have people that are closed like Alabama and Louisiana. Let's attract those markets here. Give them one more. So that's what this amendment does, and I'm going to ask you to please support it. Let's put a 2-year repealer in this bill, and let's allow that grandfathered company one more dealership and let them get down here into Mississippi and see how that works. And then we'll have 2 years to see how it's working for them. I'm happy to take any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Senator Hickman, do you have a question on the amendment, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yield for a question, Senator.
I will.
Senator Hickman's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator England. Thank you for yielding. I think you said a lot of impressive things, but one of the things that stuck out to me the most is that this amendment is trying to save Mississippi from itself. Very impressive in that
I agree. I think that was my most impressive point.
Yeah, because I think us Democrats in this room have tried to do that a whole lot, and nobody's paid us any attention. So I'm glad somebody else realized that sometimes the state needs saving from itself. But my question is, why do we have this one dealership in the first place?
Well, and I'm glad you asked me that. We have that dealership because under our current laws, they were allowed to come in and establish that dealership. So our laws don't prevent them from doing that now. We're trying to prevent them from doing that with this legislation.
And currently, are they the only people with a model like that in the state?
Are we the only state?
No. Is that dealership the only dealership with a model like that, the one that we grandfathered in?
That's correct. That state saw Mississippi as someplace they wanted to move into under our current laws. They came in and they established a brick and mortar place where they can sell their vehicles and allow their customers to test drive those vehicles. And as soon as they did that, this legislation got put before us, and we started having this conversation about how, hey, we got to start protecting our people, are protecting the current model we use in Mississippi, and not allow this new innovative sales model to come to Mississippi. Again, it's kind of odd how we do that sometimes, but that's what we're doing.
Absolutely. So we're allowing one dealership because they're already set up and we don't want to run them out. But it seems as if you have a specific dealership in mind that's looking to start another one. So I would argue that while there was some talk about the general bill being discriminatory, this seems to be handpicking and being discriminatory to say, we got one person in mind, and we're gonna let one more person in, we're not gonna do what we're doing. I think it's fair to grandfather people into things that are already there, but I think to make provisions for someone else specifically would then turn this bill into something that we have accused the general bill of being. And that's discriminatory.
Would I agree?
Yeah, well.
No, I wouldn't agree.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't agree because, look, I think this bill is terrible policy. I think it's discriminatory right now in what it does. This amendment makes it a fraction less discriminatory.
What fraction?
One dealer, yeah, it's one millionth. How about that? Okay, thank you, Senator Hickman.
Senator Whaley, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, please.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
I sure will.
Please proceed, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I got a question for you, and it goes along those same lines of that, moving from one dealership location to two. Why two? Why did you stop at two?
Because I've had a hard time, and I've gauged, or I think I've gauged the mood and the flow of this body here, and I have tried to amend this to 6 or 7, and I believe I voted for an amendment to put 666 dealerships when we had this in committee. So I made this 1 to 2 because I feel like if I want to be reasonable and I want to ask my fellow senators to vote for an amendment, I would keep it as small as possible to see if we're reasonable enough to allow one more dealership into this state.
Do you know of any possible locations, possible where they're maybe looking at to put a dealership?
I do not. I don't.
I've heard of any.
Have I heard of any? Oh, I've heard certainly that this one dealership is looking and is disappointed that they can't locate anywhere between Pensacola and Houston. So they're missing out on a big market down there. Yes, and you know what? I don't know what point you're trying to make, but I'll tell you, I'm from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and I would love to have this dealership down there. I would love for you to have one, and if you want to work to get with your community and with your business leaders to get an electric vehicle dealer in your area, we'll amend this to 3 or however many we need. I'm happy striking that out completely, Senator Whaley.
Well, it just kind of hit me a little off when I saw 2, when I had heard you speaking earlier on it, how you thought that this was a protectionism bill, and you're adding more protectionism on that as well. So I had some questions along that line. I just want to know if you may have known of a possible location coming up.
Yeah, Senator Whaley, I appreciate it. I'm going to turn that into a question for you and just again say, just like Senator Hickman made the point a minute ago, yes, this is a protectionist bill. I agree with you, this is a protectionist bill, which I think is the point you're making to me when you say that this makes it more protectionist, but I would argue this makes it a fraction less protectionist than it is currently. And I would ask for that one more, and let's just give me that one little bit of a fraction less of a protectionism here in this state so that we can move forward. But I am happy to at least acknowledge that we're protecting this one sales model in Mississippi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. Other questions on the amendment? Other questions? Senator Sparks, you're recognized and will cast a vote. You're recognized to speak on the amendment, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would oppose the amendment on multiple grounds, but I'll give the most basic one. The author of the amendment has said his intention is to kill the bill publicly, and so I would oppose this amendment and any other amendment he would have, including trying to name the bill after me.
Senator England, you're recognized for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may take just a moment to close on the amendment after Senator Sparks. I'm happy to name it after Senator Sparks, by the way, if that's how we want to do it. This allows his bill to go forward. It just puts a 2-year repealer on it. I know that many of us have been asked, don't amend this bill, get it to the governor's desk. We've had a great debate on this bill. There's nothing wrong with us looking at this amendment very seriously and trying to amend this bill. If we think this might do, this allows the bill in its essence to go forward. I presented this amendment first because I think it's a very reasonable amendment, and I ask you to please vote for my amendment.
Make your motion, sir.
My motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
I ask for division, Mr. President.
You may. Everyone take your seats, please. Senator Hawkins, take your seats, please. We go all in favor first. Everybody in their seats, please. All in favor, please stand. Thank you. All opposed, please stand. The amendment fails. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the bill, please. Senator Sparks, you're recognized. But do you have another amendment, sir? Okay, an amendment from Senator England.
No, I have another amendment before this one. I do have another one after this, but let me present this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Is this the amendment, Senator, if you'd like to address? Okay, here we go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief with this amendment because I know we're, getting to the point where we're wrapping up debate here on this bill. Again, if I could name this amendment, this would be what's good for the goose is good for the gaggle, not the gander, good for the gaggle. If we're going to protect our automobile dealers and make manufacturers of a good use a franchise to sell their goods, this amendment requires all companies that franchise in Mississippi to use a franchise. If this body wants to protect franchises, let's do it. This amendment's before you. I don't like it. But what's good for the goose is good for the gaggle. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry, questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Sparks, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would oppose the amendment. Number one, it's unresearched. I have no idea really what the reference is. Number two, we've explained clearly that this bill's purpose, stated goal, and its actual goal. So I would move to vote, or I would encourage you to vote no.
Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Yeah, just to briefly close, I think the stated goal of this bill, as discussed earlier, is to protect franchises of car dealers, car manufacturers. I don't see where this is that far off. I ask for passage of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Please proceed. You have another amendment, Senator.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. President. One of our favorite amendments in this body at this time of year, when we're just wanting to talk more about a bill, is our good friend, the reverse repealer. We've put them in a lot of bills. We have a lot of discussion in here. Senator Sparks has done a fantastic job of presenting this bill. He and I went to law school together. We've shared a lot of debates over the years, and we're going to walk away friends because of it, but I still want to keep talking about this one. And I think there's others in this room that would still like to keep talking about this bill. We send it to the House. We know how this works. We send this to the House with a reverse repealer on it. They remove that reverse repealer and we go to conference. And we talk about this bill further. Simple as that. I ask for you to please vote in favor of adding a reverse repealer to this bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
I would oppose the amendment. The bill's been back and forth for 2 years. You know what the bill says, you know what the bill does. Also, the intended action based on my friend Senator England's own words out of his mouth on recorded television is that he wants to kill the bill. So this is not a good faith reverse repealer. I ask you vote no.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To briefly close, yes, we did discuss this bill last year. We had a reverse repealer in it. It went to conference and it died. We had good reason to kill it last year. Now, we all come up here. I'm a new member here, still a freshman. And if the good people send me back next year, I guess I'll be not a freshman any longer. And one of the things I've heard from the wise members in this body that have been here longer than I have is that you spend your first 4 years up here learning how to pass a bill, and the rest of the time you spend up here trying to kill bad legislation. So yes, I'm trying to kill this bill. Just to be quite frank. Thank you. And so now this reverse repealer, again to be clear, does not kill the bill. This bill may go over to the House and decide, look, we're going to remove this. The conferees may decide, hey, we're going to send this back to the floor without the reverse repealer on it and pass it on through to protect these folks that have asked us to protect them. So I ask you to support this reverse repealer to this bill. And my motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Noes have it. The amendment fails. Thank you, Senator England. Okay, we're back on the bill. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed while Senator Sparks is coming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see we have our DA here from down in District 6, Mr. Shamika Collins. Would like for her to stand in the South Gallery. And let's stand and please make her welcome.
Okay, Senator, we're back on the bill.
I would move for, if there are no further questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Okay, sir.
Move for adoption.
One moment.
Morning roll call.
Motion. Movement is Senator England. For what purpose?
I would just like one moment to speak against the bill.
Speak against the bill. Senator England, you're recognized to speak against the bill. One moment. You do.
What a terrible piece of legislation we've got before us. I know how this is going to go, but I wanted to come up here one last time before we send this to the governor's desk, which is what we're going to do if we pass this bill, and just say that we could almost look at this as a tax on our people, because a franchise puts a 5% addition on top of what they sell when it goes through there. We're requiring that middleman. We're requiring our consumers to pay that 5%. Electric vehicles manufacturers don't use that sales model. There was a question from Senator Parker earlier, I believe, about whether service centers are here and whether we want, vehicles being sold here without the access to service centers, I believe was the question. And my answer to that is, we don't require service centers in the state of Mississippi. We don't have a law that requires that. Oddly enough, we have plenty of service centers for vehicles that are sold in this state because the consumer demands it. I've only been here 4 years. This is the worst piece of legislation I've seen come before this floor. And I would just ask you to consider voting against it. The worst. The worst.
Thank you, Senator England. Senator Sparks, you're recognized to respond, and we're ready for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've never described the bill as protectionism for dealers, so those words didn't come out of my mouth. I've said repeatedly it's one set of rules for everyone, and that's what it does. We meet every year, and I will gladly continue to look at any piece of legislation, to address anything that might need to come up. But if this is a principal issue, I would just refer to the vote on Senate Bill 2830 this year that dealt with the infusion of a product into an alcohol product, which is a 3-tier system that my good friend Senator Chazanoff stood up here and said, one set of rules. That's what she said, on a 3-tier system. So apparently, the only way that Senator England would support this bill, since he supported the other bill, is if we added a third tier within the automobile business, and I don't want to do that. So I just ask that we pass this bill, and I would move to do it on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chachinall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Kaufman. Williams. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chachinall, Delano, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Turner Ford, Whaley, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Butler to 36, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Hill, Jackson, Jordan, McDaniel, Sojourner, Thompson, and Wiggins.
The bill passes 38 yeas, 14 nays. Back on the calendar, Senator Harkin, one moment, Senator Harkin. Senator Hickman, for what purpose? He was here just, his light is on, I'm sorry. Here he is. For what purpose, Senator Hickman?
Introduction out of order,
Please
Mr. President.
proceed.
Joining us in the South Gallery, I'll actually stand, we have Ms. Wakenia Clinton, who is the Executive Director of the Mississippi Southern Poverty Law Center, as well as Mr. E.J. Johnson, who is an organizer with them. Would you guys please stand, and Senate, would you please make them feel welcome at this time?
Thank you. Senator Simmons,
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also in the South Gallery, I see my good friend Gary Anderson. If he can just wave, Gary, and the Senate can make you feel welcome.
Hey, Gary. Good to see you. Okay. Moving right along. Item 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 5, House Bill 383, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill number 383, oil and gas service taxes, extend repeal on lower rate for production from horizontally drilled wells.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Carter to explain the bill.
Senator Carter, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the severance tax bill that we passed earlier this year, earlier in the session. It went back to the House and they added an extra year on the repealer, and that's all that this does. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Harkins, we're on number 6, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 6, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 7 and have the title read.
6 retains its place on the calendar. Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 1136, distinctive motor vehicle license tag, authorized issuance to support of the Mississippi Road Builders Association.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike-off, Senator.
Thank you. This is the House bill that's the omnibus tag bill. We put a reverse repealer in it. That is the explanation of the strike all. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions on the bill, on the strike-all, sorry. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
This will be a vehicle we keep alive. I think it may be the House turn to have the House bill to do this. Just make sure you have your tag request into Ian pretty soon. We'll start making a list, and I'll have it available to make everybody to double check, make sure their tag's on it. But if there are no further questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, on item 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 8, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 9, House Bill 1170, and have the title read.
Item 8 retains its place upon the calendar. Item 9. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1170, motor vehicles in manufactured homes, authorized Department of Revenue to issue electronic liens and titles.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows a DOR to offer the ability to communicate liens and satisfaction of liens, notifications electronically, and that's an explanation of the bill. This would be on personal property type items like automobiles.
Questions on the bill?
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Seeing none, adoption use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Card is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 10, 11, 12, and 13, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 14, and House Bill number 1169, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1169, income tax, revised method of collecting delinquent tax from public officers and employees.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would please recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill currently, and this is something I was not aware of, if you're a state employee or an employee of a political subdivision of the state, and you have a garnishment for back income taxes, 100% of your income can be withheld to repay that. If in the private market, it's only 25%. The bill came from the House. This bill came from the House to lower the rate that the state could withhold of your paycheck to 50%. And in talks with the chairman of Ways and Means, we decided that matching the private market at 25% would be a good option. So I have an amendment, Mr. President, that essentially makes the bill, if I may bring it up.
One moment, please, sir.
So,
okay, we're going to an amendment. You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the amendment changes the 50% to 25%. This would make it where the garnishments that the state or political subdivisions of the state could put on someone's income from the state at 25%, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Okay, questions on the amendment first. Senator Butler, you're recognized. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Butler is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So right now, it's 100%?
Yes, sir.
So that means of the income tax?
100% of your income can be garnished. If you're a state employee or an employee of a political subdivision and you owe the state income tax, back income taxes that have been where they've received a judgment and they've garnished your wages, they can take 100% of your income.
So
yes,
we're going to 25%?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Johnson. Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This applies as well to National Guard members, correct, with the state of Mississippi?
It would be anybody who's an employee of the state. I'm not familiar with how National Guard members get paid, so I can work to get that answer for you, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
I think you answered it. Thank you.
Any other questions on the amendment?
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And that's an explanation of the bill as well, Mr. President. If there's no questions, move passage, use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Senator Polk, well, before we get to that, any announcements? Announcements, please. Senator Seymour, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. At 1 p.m., the Veteran and Military Affairs will have a confirmation hearing in room 409.
1 p.m., Mr. Clerk. Senator McClendon, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends of Mississippi State Hospital have a legislative appreciative lunch today. They have a food truck at the corner of Galloway Methodist Church. Welcome all senators to come and staff.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Other announcements? Other announcements? Seeing none, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.
Good deal. I got it.
Call the Senate into session. We're on the calendar, and we will go to concurrence or non-concurrence, beginning with item 15, 16, 16. Senator Hill, you are recognized. Senate, we're on item 16.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask to call the bill up and have title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2734, County Boards of Supervisors permit to expend federal funds during the first term of office of such board.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Thank you. There was really no substantive change to what the House did to this bill. It just allows the federal funds to be expended during the last term of a county board, namely the ARPA funds. So my motion would be to concur. Morning roll call.
Thank you. Does anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator Hill. 17, Senator Hill. Pass on 17. Chairman Turner Ford. We're on 18, Senate. Pass. One moment. Senator Turner Ford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that we pass on item number 18 on the calendar
Yes.
and that we call up number 19.
Item 18 retains its place on the calendar. Item 19.
And I request the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2309, Mississippi Department of Archives and History property add parcel known as the Old Magnolia Church for transfer to U.S. Park Service.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has made a few minor changes, really just adding, I would say, a few descriptive lines to the legal description for the Old Magnolia Church, but it is not, those are not substantive changes. And also, there's a paragraph that's added at basically at the end of the bill, starting at line 631, that says the Department of Finance and Administration may correct any discrepancies in any legal description provided in this section. And having explained those changes, I do move that we concur.
Okay. Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for motion.
Move that we concur based on the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your work on the Champion Hill project. I know that took 6 years to even give the government property. So thank you very much for continuing to work on that very important thing for Mississippi and our history and our tourism industry. Chairman Hill.
Ask to call the bill up and the title be read on number
Clerk,
20.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2312, County-Owned Real Estate Established Competitive Bidding Process for Lease or Sale.
Make the usual motion.
I think on concurrence we don't have to, Senator. I think you can go
okay.
straight ahead.
There was really no change to this other than a technical change. They changed 105% to 5% over in that. So it's basically the same language that we passed through here on the first time. So my motion is to concur.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none. Bayous?
Passage on a morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Chairman Hill. Senator Wiggins? We're on item 21, Senate.
Go to item 21, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2379, Code Books, revised number required to be ordered from publisher.
My motion would be that we do not concur and invite conference.
Questions? Questions. Motion is do not concur. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Non-concurrence, 21. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Chairman Parks, Senator Parks. Pass. Senator Michelle. Pass and retain. Place on the calendar 24. Senator Turner Ford. Pass and retain 24. Chairman Delano. We're on 25. Senator Delano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have item number 25, Senate Bill 2728, called up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2728, statewide master agreements and utilization of information technology acquisitions made by other entities authorized.
The only,
You're recognized to proceed, sir.
thank you. The only change that the House made was that they included some language that said, quote, including cloud computing, which was already in the bill in another spot, but that's all that they made. So, Mr. President, I would like to move to concur based on the morning roll call if there are no other questions.
Questions? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. All in favor? Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Delano. Concurrence. Senator Polk, pass. Chairman Bryan, pass. Retain 26, 27, and 28. Chairman Michelle, pass and retain 29. Chairman Bryan, pass and retain 30. Chairman Polk, pass and retain Chairman Wiggins. Pass and retain 32. Page 4. Okay. 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 all pass. Senator Hobson passes. And we go to the general calendar. Chairman Seymour passes 38 and 39. Chairman Chazanal. Chairman Chazanal is recognized. Senator Chazanal, we're on 40. Senate on page 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 252, festival wine permits, extend repeal of zone authority to issue in certain provisions relating to.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Chazanal.
All right, this is House Bill 252, I believe, is that correct? I'd like to offer an amendment at the proper time.
Proper time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One moment, please, while we place it on the screen. Hold on just a second. Okay, we're on.
Thank you. The amendment is that we would amend line 966 and insert that it shall stand repealed on June the 30th of 2023.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
And now I would like to offer this bill as amended on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Passes. Thank you. As amended. Passed. On 41, Senator.
Yes, this is the companion bill to what we had in the Senate. This is the House version about the Mississippi Opal. I move that call it up next. The title be read, please.
Yeah, there you go. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 772, Mississippi Opal designate as official state gemstone.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, we're on.
Thank you, sir. This is the companion bill to the one that we offered in the Senate. I would just like to keep it moving on both sides of the Capitol. So if there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Passes. 42, Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1027, state fruit, designate the blueberry as.
Make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that the children in Madison schools worked so hard to get passed. This is the House version. I'd just like to keep it moving on both sides to show our support for their efforts and to make the state fruit of Mississippi, the blueberry, not the watermelon, Senator Michelle. If there are no questions, I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call,
Questions
please.
on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingane. 44, Senator Michelle. For what purpose, sir?
For an introduction, please, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
It's my pleasure to have here in the back of the chamber my friend Kaylee McBride. She's from Holmes County, good friend of Beth and mine, and she happens to be paging this week for Pro Tem Jason White. She's down here to learn where the real work is done in the Capitol.
Welcome. We're glad you're here. Thank you for coming. All right, Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 43, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 4, Tynaptine, include in Schedule 1, controlled substance list.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be happy to explain the strike all amendment if I'm recognized for that.
You're recognized. Explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, sir. The strike all amendment to House Bill 4 is to schedule tianeptine as a Schedule 2 substance to reflect what the Senate language was earlier when we passed the Senate version of this bill. The only difference between the House version and the Senate version is the House version does the schedule under Schedule 1 versus Schedule 2, and as I've been educated, the difference between the two is Schedule 1 is a dangerous drug. Schedule 2 is a dangerous drug with the recognition that there are some useful benefits in some instances to that dangerous drug. And so for tianeptine, it is used to treat some sort of depression and severe psychological or physical dependence, that kind of thing. So there are some benefits allegedly to it, but it is considered a very addictive and dangerous substance, which is why the bill would schedule it under Schedule 2. That's what the bill does. The penalties are no different between a Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, I'm told, so the penalties are the same, but I think it's just the recognition that there are some useful benefits to it, but it does need to be scheduled and controlled. So that's what the strike all amendment does. I'm happy to answer any questions on it. There is a letter coming around from the Mississippi State Medical Association that's being passed out as we speak, supporting what we're doing here. So the medical folks are on board.
Questions on the bill. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. A question?
You for a question,
Yes,
Senator Fillingane?
Sure.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. We moved it to a Schedule 2, and I apologize, I was trying to look it up. The penalties for a Schedule 2 for possession, is this similar to Schedule 1, where anything over 1/10 of a gram would be a felony?
Yes, sir. I think that whatever the penalties are, I'm told they're the same for Schedule 1 or Schedule 2.
Is this the substance that some of the product names is like Zaza? They're sold in these what looks like little 5-hour energy bottles.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to weigh the total weight to determine a felonious amount?
You know, that is a great question. The answer would be however we do treat the Schedule 1 drugs is how we would treat the Schedule 2 in this instance.
Okay, and the concern that I have is I understand that this is, purported to be addictive. Medical groups here are speaking out, but in reality, these cases have to be prosecuted.
Yes.
And for instance, if somebody wanted to make some marijuana brownies, they get weighed the entire weight of the product. So my concern is one of those little bottles in a convenience store would be a felony if it's 1/10. I don't recall if Schedule 2 has that same standard.
That's a great question. I think our legal counsel has brought me the codes, which says that for controlled substances classified in Schedule 1 or 2, and as set out in Section 4129.113 and 4129.115, other than marijuana or synthetic cannabinoids, if I'm pronouncing that, cannabinoids, if less than 2 grams or 10 dosage units by imprisonment for not more than 8 years or a fine of not more than $50,000 or both, if 2 or more grams or 10 or more dosage units, but less than 10 grams or 20 dosage units by imprisonment of not less than 3 years, no more than 20 years, or a fine of not more than $250,000 or both. And then if 10 or more grams or 20 or more dosage units, but less than 30 grams or 40 dosage units by imprisonment for not less than 5 years, no more than 30 years, or a fine of not more than $500,000 or both.
Okay.
So those are the different units and grams.
Thank you. And the effect of this would be that anything that had tianeptine in it would be pulled off the shelf, would not be able to sell it either,
Yes.
right? Okay.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none?
Move adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move adoption based on the morning roll call if there are no other questions.
Seeing none? Use of morning roll call have been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 44, Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to get item number 44 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Law enforcement officers killed in line of duty, clarify the beneficiaries may receive sidearm.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator England to explain the strike law.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a strike all that puts our Senate language in that passed out of this chamber without any nay votes. To put it simply for you, it just deals with the firearms of retired law enforcement officers are if they'll fall in the case of a fallen officer, the next of kin being able to purchase that weapon. And in our committee and on this floor, we decided that fair market value should be used. So again, we've passed this out. This is our Senate language, and I would move that we adopt the strike all.
Questions on the bill? Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you for question, Senator England?
I do.
Senator Blunt's recognized.
So the strike law amendment is the same bill that we passed earlier in the session, has all the different agencies that were covered in the original Senate bill?
You know, I'm not sure of that. I think we put exactly what was in our Senate bill. I'm not sure if we brought everything forward. Yes, okay. I'm getting
Right.
notification from council that we did do that. Yes. Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question?
I will.
Senator Butler, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So what they charge more for it in the House bill? Do you know what the difference was in the House versus this one?
I believe the House, looking at the House bill, they just allowed for the law enforcement agency or the beneficiary of the law enforcement officers to do it. So they were only changing very little, but after our discussions, I do think that we have better language, and hopefully they will adopt it on their end. We actually put the fair market value in there, allow the next of kin to be authorized to purchase that weapon, and also a retired officer. So theirs was very simple, just changed to add beneficiary. Ours has a little more language and a little more meat to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Other questions? Okay, Senator, I think we're on the strike call.
Yes, move to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Okay, and now I move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Recorders voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you. Senator Fillingame, we're on 45. On 45, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 894, violation of local zoning ordinance, authorize governing authorities to pursue administrative or civil penalties for.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Thompson to explain this strike all.
Senator Thompson is recognized on the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 894 is very similar to a Senate bill that we passed out here a few weeks ago. What the bill does on line 9 corrects a typo to correct the spelling of willfully, and on lines 12 through 13 allows municipalities to adopt administrative or civil penalties for the enforcement of zoning violations or violations of the zoning ordinance. The issue is that when the municipality has to use strictly criminal penalties to enforce the zoning ordinance, it becomes very expensive and a prohibitive process to get the process served on the violator, as well as go through the criminal courts and prove the violation beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why they're asking for this administrative or civil remedy. And if there are no further questions, I move for adoption of the strike law.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You for question, Senator Thompson.
Of course.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
So how does this going to change like the administrative side for a code official that comes out to a piece of property? Are they just going to be able to write citations like quick and easy and you just have to go pay them, versus when it was on the criminal side, they had to go through a longer process that really made it was really to the point that the code officer really had to or needed to write this citation to go through and have to go through the entire process to get it affected. This will just allow them just to write citations at will? Is that how this is going to work?
It doesn't change the issuance of the citation. It changes the enforcement of the citation. So right now, they have to go through the criminal process. They have to arrange for a process for a police officer to serve process on the property owner, as well as file a complaint or get a warrant, get it through the municipal court, get it served by a police officer, and then go through the criminal process and have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. This would not necessarily make it, my appreciation, not necessarily make it easier for the code enforcement officer to issue the citation. It would just, the enforcement of the citation, it could be served through the civil process. So it could be served by anybody, by any adult over 18 years of age, and it would still go through the civil side of the municipal system. And keep in mind as well, the city or municipality would have to adopt a zoning ordinance that contained these administrative remedies and procedures.
Okay, I know that we have some issues down the coast with this. We have some issues down the coast with this, and I think a lot of it surrounds derelict properties or properties that haven't been kept up. And I'm just curious if we're going to start just mailing out citations to people instead of having to go through the criminal process. And what is that going to look like to the property owners on the coast?
Again, it doesn't change the zoning ordinance itself. The zoning ordinance and zoning violation is still a violation. It changes the enforcement of that. I guess there's still due process and notice requirements that are going to be required by Constitution. So there's still going to be an opportunity for those property owners to defend against those violations if in fact they're not guilty or not liable.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, we're on the strike law, I believe, sir.
I've just been advised by council that this bill contains a reverse repealer as it was sent to the House. We'd like to remove the reverse repealer, so I'm going to ask for adoption of the strike law and ask you to vote no.
Move is to adoption of the strike law, and the recommendation is to vote no.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Fails.
And now do what? And now I move for passage on the morning roll call.
You're good?
Motion, yes, Mr. President. The motion
Use
is
of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. 46, sir. Pass and retain item 46. Chairman Branning. Chairman Branning, we're on 47, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass items 47 and 48, have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 49, call it up, and ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1477, harvest permits extend repeal or on authority of MDOT to issue.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. All we're doing in this bill is we are deleting the repealer on the harvest permit. We passed the same language through this body last year. It passed unanimously, so it's the same language that we're seeing this year. That's the explanation of the bill. I'm happy to yield for questions. Otherwise, my motion is passage on the morning roll call.
I believe we have a strike call, Senator. Is that correct?
It is a strike all. My apologies.
Okay. All right. We'll go to first questions. Seeing none. Okay, Senator, we're ready on your motion on the strike call.
I move passage of the strike all on the morning roll call.
It's all in favor, ma'am.
Move to adopt the strike all.
There we go.
Thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're ready now on the bill, Senator.
Now, final passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call. Senator Butler? For what purpose, sir?
Just a question, Mr. President.
Okay, on the bill then. Question for Senator. Will you yield, Senator?
I do.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Sure.
So in other words, the strike all, we're putting it back like the original language.
The strike all puts the language that we passed last year, which deletes the repealer on the harvest permit in its entirety.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, now we're ready.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. 50 item bill passes. Item 50, Senator.
My motion would be to take up items 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55 in block.
Does anyone wish to remove any one of those? Seeing none, in block is granted. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 691, Memorial Highway, designate a portion of U.S. Highway 45 in Wayne County, Mississippi as the Army Sergeant Eric C. Newman Memorial Highway. House Bill number 1016, Memorial Highway, designate segment of Mississippi Highway 8 in Chickasaw County as the Deputy Jeremy Allen Boyles Memorial Highway. House Bill number 1017, Memorial Intersection, designate intersection of U.S. 45 and County Road 110 in Clark County as the Army Specialist Terry Kishan Dantes Gordon Memorial Intersection. House Bill number 1244, Memorial Highway, designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 365 in Prentiss County as the Howard Tillman Bobo Memorial Highway. House Bill number 1245, Memorial Highway, designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 364 in Prentiss County as James Miller Jordan Memorial Highway. House Bill number 1246, Memorial Highway, designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 365 in Prentiss County as the Leland R. Holland Memorial Highway.
Okay, Senator, you had one that you wanted to withdraw?
Yes, Mr. President, I apologize. Again, number 50 is actually a strike all, so I made an error when I made my motion. My motion should have been to take up items 51 through 55 in block. So I'd now like to be recognized to explain items 51 through 55 in block.
You're recognized, and 50 retains its place on the calendar.
Thank you. Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Number 51 on today's calendar, House Bill 1016, is a Memorial Highway bill that names Highway 8 in Chickasaw County as the Deputy Jeremy Allen Boyles Memorial Highway. Number 52, which is House Bill 1017, names an intersection of Highway 45 and County Road 110 in Clark County as the Army Specialist Terry Kershaw Dantes Gordon Memorial Highway. Number 53, which is House Bill 1244, names Highway 365 in Prentiss County as the Howard Tillman Bobo Memorial Highway. Number 54, which is House Bill 1245, names Highway 364 in Prentiss County as the James Miller Jordan Memorial Highway. And number 55, which is House Bill 1246, names Highway 365 in Prentiss County as the Leland Holland Memorial Highway. If there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on any of the bills in block? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Okay, so bills pass, and we're on 56, Senator.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to number 50 and handle that one.
Motion is suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, we're back on 50.
I'd like to call that up and have the title read,
Mr.
please.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate House Bill number 691, Memorial Highway, designate a portion of U.S. Highway 45 in Wayne County, Mississippi as the Army Sergeant Eric C. Newman Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all
You're
amendment.
recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
This is simply a memorial highway bill that names U.S. Highway 45 as the Army Sergeant Eric Newman Memorial Highway. And if there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, on final.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. 56, Senator.
I'd like to pass and retain on that item.
Pass and retain item 56. Chairman Parker. Pass and retain on 57. Senator Michelle, we're on 58. Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 58, House Bill 544, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 544, Value Policy Law, exempt builders risk insurance policies from.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. If this looks familiar to you, it's a companion bill. We've passed this bill earlier this session. This is the valued policy law that deals with builders' risk insurance policies. You might recall the Southern District of the Court ruled that builders' risk policies were subject to the valued policy law, which would put many insurance companies in a bind. When you're building a new house, you get a builder's risk policy to ensure the construction while it's being built. If you've just framed the house and a windstorm comes by and blows it down, then the builder's risk policy makes you whole. It will pay to reframe that house. But there was a court ruling that said that the whole value of the policy, if for a $300,000 or $350,000 policy, as an example, would have to be paid. So we're trying to correct that and state that the builder's risk policy does not apply to the valued policy law. Be glad to yield any questions.
Okay, questions on the bill?
Motion's title sufficient. Excuse
No,
me, Mr.
wrong
President.
committee.
Use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none? I'm sorry, Senator McMahon? Present? No. Senator McMahon, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Senator Michelle.
Item 59, go to that, please, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 877, USM clarify authority to enter into insurance agreement for protection of property at the state port at Gulfport.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This deals with property in the Port Authority of Gulfport that the University of Southern Mississippi has. They have to have approval from the State Board Trustees of the Institutions of Higher Learning for making leases and subleases, and this simply gives them the right to insure that property to that list of things that they can do. Be glad to yield any questions. Move passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Item 60, Senator.
I'd like to go to item 60, House Bill 1190, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1190, Health Benefit Plan, authorized plan sponsor of to consent on behalf of covered pensions to delivery of all communications by electronic means.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a similar bill to this last year that dealt with property and casualty insurance, and this deals with health plans In the internet world we now live in, this will allow the sponsors to deliver communication by electronic means. Important on lines 38 to 41 is noted that they must also provide the party an opportunity to opt out and receive by mail if they wish to. Glad to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill?
Move adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Chairman Parks. Chairman Parks, Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins, we're 62, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 62 to 65 and that they retain their place on the calendar. We go to item 66, call that up and ask the title be read.
62 to 65, retain place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 276, State Board of Physical Therapy authorized to issue subpoenas for the attendance of witnesses and the production of documents.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill comes to us from the Board of Physical Therapy, and what they have requested is simply to have subpoena power to do what other boards in this state are doing to regulate their profession, and the optimum language is there on line 68 to 7 to 81, which talks about the board having the subpoena authority to come before the board. Things like the gaming board, the medical board, the therapist board, they all have this subpoena authority, and the physical therapist board had asked us to put this in so that they can have that authority to properly regulate what they've been asked to do. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
My motion is passage on the morning roll call,
Use
Mr.
of the morning
President.
roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Suber, present. Tate, present. Barrett, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 67.
Mr. President, I ask that item 67, that we skip 67, 68, 69. They retain their place on the calendar and go to item 70.
67, 68, 69 retain their place on the calendar. Item 70, Senate. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1217, Court Interpreters, revised program under the administration of the Administrative Office of Courts.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. This comes to us from the AOC. Just a little bit of background. It is a requirement in your court systems to have interpreters if somebody certainly needs that. And if you look over on line, starting in line section 2, current law is that the AOC shall establish a program to facilitate interpreters. And then what the language is doing in section 1 is defining the interpreters, also setting out the standards by which those interpreters must abide by. And that so because in the courts, they have to be certified interpreters, certified in the court, so that as the court case is going on, that person who needs it can understand what's going on. Under our laws, anybody who requests an interpreter has to have an interpreter. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Ready for your motion. Senator Sparks, I'm sorry, Senator Sparks? For
Thank you,
what
Mr.
purpose?
President, for a question.
You here for a question, Senator Wiggins? Please
I
proceed.
do. No, we're not naming this after you.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks.
How does this function at the Justice Court level? I'm sorry, because I deal with this as a public defender, and there are occasions when I see someone for the very first time, and I realize there's a language barrier, and they're there for misdemeanor court, or they are there on a bond hearing or a felony, how would that actually function at the justice court level?
Honestly, Senator, I would think so the bill is not broken down into justice, circuit, chancery, all that. It simply states that AOC shall develop this program. And then if you look at section 4, an interpreter is needed and a court reporter shall be appointed when the judge makes a determination as it's laid out there. And so it's up to the judge to make that determination. There's no language in the bill that speaks of justice court or any other court. So I would say that they have to abide by that if that's the case, but it's already current law that an interpreter has to be provided.
And there's no money in this bill. This is just guiding AOC to put together guidelines for the courts?
That is correct, based on my knowledge. I will note, though, on the, and this may be for council, on the calendar says 3/5 vote. So I'm not really sure.
That was my, I guess.
To be honest, I'm not sure why that has 3/5 on it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Because this is simply, there's no request for funding that I know of in this bill, and I haven't seen it, and when it went through committee, that wasn't brought up. Maybe council can answer that.
One moment, please.
Okay, that's current law.
Yeah, but it's language relating to it.
Okay, so council is telling me that based on line 94, which states, and this is current law, the Administrative Office of Courts may set and charge a reasonable fee for credentialing, and you see that. So that's what is generating the 3/5 vote.
Okay, what was taken out in front of the word credentialing where the 3 stars are?
I'll ask. Yeah, the word certification is being changed to credentialing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Senator Seymour. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, on line 108, give me the definition of a limited English proficient individual.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
What's the definition of that? Is it
108 says all courts shall maintain on file in the office of the clerk.
Oh, it's section 2, paragraph 4, a limited English proficient, as
Okay.
in the individual's requirements.
Yeah, if you look over at line 25, that's the definition, limited English proficient individual. Communicate in spoken English or who does not, and this is line 27, or who does not speak English as his or her primary language or has a limited ability to read, speak, write, or understand English. And that's what that definition is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And let me say this, and not to jump ahead, but whether, it doesn't matter who's in court, whether the courts are dictated with having to provide an interpreter, whether the person is here legally, not legally, or whatever. So it's, that's a whole other issue. But as they come before, they have to have an interpreter, and that's why you see that definition there.
Senator Hill?
Question.
Will you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
I think we figured out why the 3/5 vote, with what you said with them charging a fee for credentialing. Who's actually going to pay for the interpreters?
So the courts, it's the requirement of the courts to do that.
So it's going to have to come out of their budget.
Yeah.
That
And those are just like budgets for computers and all that stuff, that ends up happening.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senators. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is that we do passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll calls from any request. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. 71, sir.
Mr. President, I ask that items 71 to 74, we skip those and they retain their place on the calendar.
174 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized. Senate, we're on 75.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 75 to be called up and the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 366, Sam G. Poles, State Office Building, designated the Mississippi Department of Wildlife Central Office Building as.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 366 is a bill that has been sent from the House, and what it proposes to do is designate 1505 Eastover Drive in Jackson as the Sam Paulus State Office Building. And I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator McCon. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, would
You for a question, Senator Turner?
I do yield.
Yeah, Senator McCon, your record.
Thank you so much. I think there's been some discussion this week that the traditional practice in this chamber has been for an individual to have been passed away before things are named after them. And there's been substantial discussion, and I know 2 committees so far. As we work through this, I'm concerned that if we go ahead and pass this right now, that we may not resolve all of the concerns and be sure that everybody's on the same page. Would you consider a reverse repealer to be a friendly amendment so that we can get everything together?
I consider it to be a friendly amendment, but if I may.
Sure, absolutely.
Explain. I actually searched the internet and found Dr. Paulus. I found a resolution from the Mississippi Commission on Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks. And that agency is actually requesting that the building be designated in his honor based on his 29 years of service. And the resolution also states that would make him the longest serving executive director of a state executive branch agency. And so I would just state as a personal opinion, I think that Dr. Paulus has designated his life's work, so to speak, to leading this agency. And I've heard on occasion that that's the Senate, the policy of the Senate. I've never seen that in writing anywhere.
I don't believe it is.
But I tend to believe that sometimes we can give people their flowers while they live.
And I do not disagree, but I do understand that there's maybe one for Mr. Bob Tyler, who's been probably more of an advocate for a longer time, considering he's 92 years old, and even Dr. Polis on the fish hatchery, along with some other bills that have come over. I understand your position. I'm not going to offer it. I'm not going to say that I won't hold it to let us discuss it more.
I understand. And I would also like to add that I did look at the votes coming from the House. There were, although all were not present, it appears as though all of the House members are listed as co-authors on the bill. So we're getting resounding support for this legislation, and that's why it's been offered in the fashion that it has been. Are there any more questions? And I do have an amendment that was prepared because I heard about some of the debate that was taking place in the other committees. And at this time, I would offer to be recognized for an amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment, Senator.
And that would be to add a reverse repealer. That is my amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Okay, we're ready on your motion.
I move adoption of the
Amendment.
bill as amended.
It'd be the amendment first, I think.
Well, I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, we're ready, Senator.
And then I move for final passage of the bill as amended.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Request voted no. Present. Present. Hill. Anyone else? DeBar. Present. Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator 76.
Thank you, and I'll pass on 76.
76 passed and retains its place on the calendar. Chairman Wiggins. Chairman Wiggins on 77, sir.
Go to item 77, call that up, ask the title be
Mr. Clerk,
read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1111, county court jurisdiction for termination of parental rights authorized for both involuntary and voluntary termination.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. In short, what actually you have before you, or what the committee did, is inserted a strike all. The bill, the House bill, deals with jurisdiction on TPR cases between different courts. And what we heard during the hearings this past summer and having talked to different folks is that there is actually a need for a statewide county court system. And in that, county courts in the state of Mississippi, which actually there are only a very few, can have jurisdiction of youth courts. And so what we have done is put the strike all is the bill that actually the Supreme Court made a recommendation a few years ago, a commission that we do this. And I will note in the strike all that there are set out about jurisdictions with different counties. I will tell you, the purpose of doing this is to try to just get somewhere. I would actually hope when we go to conference that the best we end up with is maybe a study committee to get there. I will tell this body there's work to be done on the strike all part of it. But we need to have this discussion about jurisdiction and trying to get our youth court and county courts in place. And so, thank you. So I'll be happy to answer any questions on that.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
My motion would be that we pass on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Got a strike all first, I think, Senator.
That we move to adopt the strike call, Mr.
All in
President.
favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now we're on your bill.
Now that we have passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Object to the procedure. Of course, voting no. Suber, no. Hill, no. Seymour, no. Anyone else? Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, bill passes. Chairman, thank you. Chairman Jordan. Senator Jordan is recognized. We're on 78, Senate.
Mr. President, I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 772, controlled substances. Exclude fentanyl testing material from definition of paraphernalia under.
Make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Jordan.
Yes, sir. Senator Hickman will explain the bill.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain the bill.
This is House Bill number 722. The substantial or the pertinent part of the bill is going to be found on lines 236. And basically what this does is it removes fentanyl testing strips from the definition of paraphernalia, and it would allow, it would decriminalize the use of fentanyl testing strips. Now, the purpose of this is to assist us in saving lives. We all know that we have a major fentanyl problem. People are dying every day. The Medical Association really supports this bill in helping to decrease the use of fentanyl. And so, Mr. President, if there are any questions, I'll answer any questions that any of the senators may have, but if not, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, question, Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Just a quick question.
You have for a question, Senator Hickman?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question.
So Senator Hickman, I think you had the kind of the companion bill on this was the one you authored that we sent over to the House. So this kind of keeps that one from kind of not interacting with the other. Is that true?
Well, they go, those bills go hand in hand, and actually, I think my bill has died in the House. We have that exact same bill that'll come up later today, but this is in an effort to control the fentanyl problem that we have in these states, and both of these things kind of go hand in hand.
Okay, so your language is still alive in a different bill?
Yes, it's on our calendar, and we'll bring it up today, so these things go hand in hand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Other questions on the bill? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move for final passage by use of the morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. President Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. Bill passes. We're on 79. Senator Jordan.
Thank you. Mr. President, we pass on 79.
79 retains its place upon the calendar. Chairman Carter. Chairman Carter. We're on 80, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to skip over item 80, have its place retained on the calendar, and go to 81, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 288, Public Utility Staff authorize certain personnel to be filled by consulting contract.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that came over from the House and is requested by the Executive Director of Public Utility Staff. And basically what it does is it allows them to enter into contracts for various positions when they are not able to hire someone for the position at the agency. Examples would be chief engineer, CPA, Director of Economics and Planning, tech personnel, and such. If there are any questions, I will be happy to entertain.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Ready for your motion, Senator?
Move passage on the morning roll call.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. 82, Senator.
I'm going to pass 82 and go to 83 and have the title read.
82 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title, 83.
House Bill number 1060, electric vehicles, authorized charging by non-utilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I need to call up the strike all and reconsider the vote by which it's passed and ask the body to vote no. Do what now? I'm going to move to adopt the strike all and I'm going to ask the body to vote no.
That's it. I move to adopt the strike all and ask the body to vote no. All in favor signify by saying aye. Noes? The noes have it. Strike all's defeated.
All right, back on the original bill, be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
So this is the electronic vehicle station bill that we passed earlier this session. It authorizes third-party contractors to install electric charging stations in the various energy territories. It's been requested by MDOT. There's some federal money out there, and this language is needed in order to get these vehicle charging stations put in place. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Hobson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, did these third parties that provide the charging stations, they get their electricity from the utility providers, correct?
Correct.
So all this does just allows them to be a middleman for the charging of the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the bill? Seeing I'm sorry, Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question, Mr.
You yield for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Sojourner, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Carter. Who's paying for these charging stations?
So there's federal money that's come down from the Biden infrastructure plan that's available for MDOT to spend, but they can't do it without having this language.
Is there state money
No,
in them?
not that I'm aware of.
So just federal taxpayer
Yeah, this is just for federal tax dollars. There's no money, no state money appropriated for this that I'm aware of.
Do we use federal tax dollars to pay for service station construction?
No.
I didn't think so. Thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. An objective procedure. Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. McDaniel, present. Sojourner, present. Tate, present.
Tate, no.
Tate, no. I'm sorry. No, Barrett. Present, Horn.
Hill, no.
Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. No votes and present noted, please. Mr. Clerk, 84.
I'd like to have 84 called up and title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1225, telephone solicitation, bring forward provisions of law relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Carter.
I move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
All right, this is the Telephone Solicitation Act. This is another bill we passed earlier. This is basically dealing with all the spam calls that you're getting on your phone. The PSC was in charge of handling it, and then they were handing it over to the AG's office. We felt like the best possible plan and actually getting something done about the probably 10 to 15 calls I personally get a day was just giving the sole authority over to the AG's office. The reason why we did a strike all is there was some additional things that needed to be done in the bill as requested by the AG's office, and that's an explanation of the bill.
We're on the strike all.
Oh, strike all. Explanation of strike all.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, what's the difference in the law as presented here and what we have on the books currently?
Currently, the PSC, the complaint goes into the PSC. PSC investigates, then they report it to the Attorney General, and then the Attorney General is supposed to prosecute they're supposed to prosecute whoever the PSC finds that was spamming people. But talking to the PSC, they were having a very hard time. The process was very convoluted. And so we're basically trying to figure out a way to end it because it's getting worse and worse, and I'm getting a lot more calls from my constituents. So we decided that the best possible way would just have the AG's office handle all this itself, rather than have the PSC as a middleman.
Well, I think we probably all agree that we're frustrated and tired of solicitation calls. I just want to understand the mechanism. So when a constituent calls, like you're saying, and says, we got a problem, do we report this to the Attorney General's office now? I know presently we report it to PSC presently, correct?
Right.
And this proposal is reported directly to the AG's office.
Correct.
Problem. Nothing will be done at the PSC office anymore?
Not on no call.
Okay. And will the AG's office, will they utilize the staff that the PSC has in place to handle, that is supposed to be handling this right now?
They're going to use their staff. As far as the pins go for what the PSC was using for the no call, that's going to be a conversation that I'm going to have with you.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting to. I don't want to duplicate. I don't want to have PSC staff that's supposedly handling this still hanging around and have AG wanting additional staff that's going to cost money. I want to make sure we're being efficient as we can in doing this. And I want to make sure I understand that AG probably, if they're going to be able to pursue this, will need some additional money for their budget, correct?
They have not reached out to me and asked me for additional money for their budget.
Well, if this passes, I just want to make sure we understand that PSC will probably have a reduction in staff and AG will have an increase in staff to handle the prosecution of these claims, potentially.
There's potentially something definitely to look at.
And there are no other mechanisms of which you're aware in this bill that are changed from the current law. The only change is moving it from the PSC to the AG's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
for a question?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson asked the question about the pins. My question is so much about the program. Is this the no-call registry you sign up for with the PSC? Is that what this is, where you call in and report that you don't want to be solicited and then people violate that?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything in this bill or any consideration, or whose responsibility is it for the calls that are coming from spoof numbers that are coming from burner phones? I mean, somebody's making these calls somewhere.
I agree.
And they're traveling through the exchange. But this is only really dealing with if I sign up on the no-call list and that's violated. Is that correct?
But they can also call into the Attorney General's office and make the complaint that they're continuing to be spoofed by a certain number. The Attorney General has staff that are able to investigate and try and figure out where these calls are coming from.
Thank you. And that's with a law enforcement branch, that if they needed to subpoena something or they needed to look into filing a case, we're actually in the proper part of government.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Hickman, recognized.
It's very simple. So I may have just not heard you say this, but what has the conversation been with the PSC and the Attorney General's office? Are they both online or one online? Where are we on that?
So we spoke with the PSC. The PSC, they did not want to do this anymore. The Attorney General's office was very open to it.
Thank you.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. One more question.
Will you yield, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Hobson's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman. If you're on the PSC no-call list, will that be automatically transferred to the AG's list, or do you have to now call the AG's office to get on a new no-call?
Everything is supposed to be transferred over.
Is that in the bill? If you could check on that,
I might have to check on that.
Yeah, please check on that.
I'll check on that now.
We need to know if we need to set up a new no-call registry at the AG's office. If it's not automatically transferred, I think everybody should know that. Thank you.
Hold on, I got counsel right here. So all duties, positions, responsibilities, everything gets transferred over to the Attorney General.
All of us do.
Yeah.
Senator Moran, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Are you here for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Moran, you're recognized for a question.
Okay, so if I understand, this is just moving it from the PSC over to the Attorney General's office.
That's
Basically
correct.
all it does. That's good. Any idea what the current fine is? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I'm sure it's in here. If I dig through here somewhere, I do not know offhand what the current fine is.
I mean, because whatever it is, they'd like to quadruple it.
I mean, the problem really is not the fine. It's the problem is tracking down these people that are doing this.
I understand. And you're only going to catch 1 in 1,000, but if you can make an example out of that one.
$10,000 on the fine.
It ought to be 100. How many people in here get 5, 6 calls a day? I mean, it's got to stop at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Blunt, you're next. Pass on 85. Chairman Tate. Pass on 86 and 87. Chairman Kaufman. Pass on 88, 89. Chairman Younger. Pass on 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, and 95. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction at the proper time, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, in the North Gallery, we have 17 students from Jackson State University, the I Love Healthcare Administration, and they're part of the Health and Politics class, and they're with their professor, Dr. Alice Stewart. If they would stand and help me make them welcome.
That's an unusual combination, Senator. Senator Butler.
Mr. President, I would like to introduce the resolution out of order.
Please proceed. Okay, Chairman DeBar. Pass on 96, 97, 98. Chairman Kaufman. Pass on 99. Chairman Chazanov. Pass on 100. Chairman Barnett. You're recognized, Chairman Barnett. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Recognize Walthall County Constable Raymond Gutter on his retirement and 3-decade law enforcement service.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chairman Barnett, Senator Barnett, you're recognized. We're on 101, Senate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual. We got to read the title first, sir. We read the title of the
Mr.
resolution.
President, actually, we called up item number 101 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 799, Inmate Welfare Fund, increased portion of the fund that is utilized to fund inmate incentive to work program.
Senator, make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to be allowed to explain the strikeout.
You're recognized to explain the strikeout, Senator.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, what we did in committee was to remove language that dealt directly with the Inmate Welfare Fund, where MDOC was asking for an additional $1.5 million from the Inmate Welfare Fund to be used at their discretion for other things. And also in the bill, the section was in there to increase the amount that we pay our regional jails for the services that they provide. So what we did, we agreed to strike out the language that dealt with the increase in the $1.5 million, but allowed the language to remain in that dealt with paying the regional jails more for the services that they provide. That's the explanation of the strikeout. I'm open for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, you're recognized on the strikeout, Senator.
Yes, Mr. President, I ask that we vote on the strikeout by the use of the morning roll call.
No, sir. No, sir.
Just make a motion, I'm sorry, to adopt the strikeout.
Motion is to adopt the strikeout. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Barnett.
Back on the original bill, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I ask for passage by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Chairman Parker? Pass. Chairman DeBar? Pass. All retain their place on the calendar, 103, 104, 105. Chairman Bryan? Pass. 106 and 107. Chairman Turner Ford? We're on 108, Senate. Page 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 108 be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 917, Mississippi Workers' Comp Commission Office Bill, and placed under the supervision and care of BFA.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 917 would transfer the maintenance of the Mississippi Workers' Comp Commission office building located on Lakeland Drive to the Department of Finance and Administration. I will now yield for questions. Hearing none. I
Hold
move
on
adoption.
one second, Senator. We're on the strike call, I believe.
I move adoption of the strike off.
Right. First is questions on the strike call, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
Yield for a question, Senator.
Yes, I do.
Senator Horn's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Turner Ford, the building that Employment Security currently occupies is privately owned. Is that correct?
That who occupies?
You said Employment Security?
No, it's the Mississippi Workers' Compensation.
That Workers' Comp Commission, okay. Is that building privately owned?
No, it's state-owned.
So why are we transferring it from Workers' Comp to DFA?
It's owned by the state and maintained by the Workers' Compensation Commission, and so DFA, I would say, is more apt to monitor the building, oversee repairs, and that's what the legislation attempts to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions on the strike call? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move adoption of the strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
And I move adoption of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call. Been requested. Anyone object? Procedure. Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. 109, Senator.
I request that item 109 be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, read the title.
House Bill number 1286, Alcorn University Extension Annex, renamed the Dr. Jesse Harness Senior Extension and Research Center.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1286 proposes to name a building located on Alcorn State University's campus, their Alcorn State University Extension Annex, designated as the Dr. Jesse Harness Senior Extension and Research Center. And based on discussions in committee, I do have an amendment.
We're ready for your amendment, Senator.
The amendment would insert a reverse repealer.
It's on the screen. Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion on the amendment, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
I move adoption of the bill as amended by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Chairman Chasnoff.
Thank you.
Pass. Chairman Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asked that item 111, that we skip that, it retain its place on the calendar. We go to item 112, call that up and ask the title.
111, it retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1157, Vehicle Rental, require those engaged in to disclose total charges, including all additional mandatory charges.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have passed this bill already. There's a Senate bill that we passed. Before you is the strike all, where the committee simply put the Senate bill into the House bill, and the 1157 is the companion bill to ours. The one difference is in section 2, where the Senate bill has the consumer protection law, which is the enforcement mechanism. And so we put that in there. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, my motion is we adopt the strike all, Mr. President.
Questions on the strike all? Seeing none. Motion to adopt strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 113, sir.
Go to item 113, call that up and ask the
Mr.
title.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1218, Rivers McGraw Mental Health Treatment Court Act revised.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, we have recently implemented mental health courts in the state. This is again coming to us from the AOC, which has been tasked with overseeing the implementation of the mental health courts. And what this bill is doing is, and there's language about new definitions and also what needs to be done and looked at. And so these are coming to us as we're going through to make these mental health courts honestly more effective and to get them up to the standard that we expect them to be. With that, I'd be happy to answer any question. We can add Dr. Stogner into the mental health court if he would like.
Quite all right. Any questions? Seeing none? Ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion is passage on the morning roll call,
Use the
Mr.
morning roll
President.
call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Senator Wiggins, you recognize.
Ask that items 114 to 116 be skipped and they retain their place on the calendar.
114 to 116 retain place on the calendar. Chairman Bryan. Chairman Bryan. Passes. 117 to 126 retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Chasnow. Passes on 127. Senator Michelle. Pass and retain on 128. All retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Jordan. Chairman Jordan, you're on 129, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the patient, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 231, Tobacco Education Prevention and Cessation Program, add fentanyl and drug abuse prevention education.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hickman will explain the bill.
Senator Hickman, you recognize to explain the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that Senator Parker referenced earlier. This is our program. This is a bill that we create a education program for fentanyl and other drug use. It would be similar to our tobacco education program. This body, I think, passed this almost unanimously out, and this is the House's version. It's the exact same language that we had. The reason we're taking up the House's version is because a member of the House had introduced this bill quite a few times, and apparently this body had killed it before, and so they were kind of married to their language, and so that's why we're passing this version. But this creates a program and allows us to pull down federal funding to start a fentanyl and other drug use program. Mr. President, I will answer any questions if there are any.
Bill? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Mr. President, I move that I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hickman, Senator Jordan, Senator Polk. 130 through 134 retain place on the calendar. Chairman Tate. Passes. 135 retain place on the calendar. 136, Chairman Fillingane. Chairman Fillingane. Passes. Retain his place on the calendar. Chairman Wiggins. Pass. 137, Chairman Parks. Pass. Chairman Whaley. Passes on 139. Oh, sorry, here he is. Chairman Whaley, you recognize we're on 139, page 13, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 139, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 49, resident lifetime hunting and fishing license authorized Department of Wildlife to issue if parent was born in the state and was on active military service at the time of applicant's birth.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very, very simple bill dealing with lifetime hunting licenses in the state of Mississippi. Basically, what we are doing right here is saying that if the mother or father was born in the state of Mississippi and was on active military duty at the time of a child's birth, that child would be eligible for a lifetime hunting license in the state of Mississippi to purchase. And that is the basic explanation of the bill, and I'll yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Ask for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hobson,
Question, Mr. President.
are you for a question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized for a question.
Mr. President, just want to make sure I understand. If the mother and father were born, either one of them was born in the state of Mississippi,
Either one of them was born in the state of Mississippi and was on active military duty.
they were stationed in Mississippi at the time, and they were also born in Mississippi?
If the mother or father was born in the state of Mississippi and they are on active military duty and they're stationed somewhere abroad, overseas, no matter where, and they have a child, that child, even though it's not born in the state of Mississippi, it is classified as a native son or daughter of the state, and they would be eligible to buy a lifetime hunting license.
Would it matter if they had declared a residency in Ohio, let's say if they were born in Mississippi but left when they were 1 year old and moved to Ohio and were raised in Ohio and went to military in Ohio, would their child still be entitled to a lifetime hunting license?
It just says that the applicant must provide a certified copy of an original birth certificate of the parent showing that the parent was born in Mississippi and provide official documents indicating that the parent was on active military service at the time of the applicant's birth. That's all it says in the language.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Butler is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So it doesn't matter how many kids?
No, sir. Now, this is nothing free. They will still have to purchase it. They will still have to purchase the license. We're not giving away anything. We're just opening up eligibility. That way, our people who are serving in the military, their children will have the availability of this option.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Mr. Chairman, so based upon the question raised by Senator Hobson, we could essentially have a lot of persons that are not currently living in the state with lifetime hunting licenses.
Absolutely, at the cost of the license.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir. And with this, we offer lifetime non-resident hunting licenses. So we still have non-residents with the license. Sir.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Ask for passage on the use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Cause voting no. Present. Hobson. Barrett, present. Simmons, present. Jackson, present. DeBar, present. Anyone else? Butler, K, present. Barnett, present. Butler, A, present. Frazier, present. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. We're on 140, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 140, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 516, Conservation Officer, decrease minimum years of law enforcement experience required to be appointed. A.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is dealing with the recruitment of conservation officers in the state of Mississippi. Currently, we have a shortage of conservation officers, so what we're doing here is in the basic guidelines of what it takes to become one, there's a stipulation that they could have had 5 years of experience in law enforcement. We're dropping that from 5 to 2 years. And that's a basic explanation. I'll yield for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion, Senator.
Ask for passage by the use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Cards voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. 141.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip that item and go to item number 142, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management District authorizes transfer Kemper Lake to Kemper County Board of Supervisors.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to recognize Senator Hickman to explain the bill.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that would authorize the Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management District to transfer Kemper Lake to Kemper County. Currently, they own it. Apparently, there has been some negotiation, and the water management system would like to turn this property over to the Kemper County Board of Supervisors. There are no shells here. This just authorizes them, if they want to enter into agreement where this property is transferred from the Tom Bigby River Valley Water Management District over to Kemper County Board of Supervisors. That's the explanation of the bill. The pertinent language starts on line 284. Mr. President, if there are any questions, I will answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Hickman?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Is this body of water part of the Tin-Tom Waterway?
That I'm not sure. I think it is, but I'm not sure. No. I don't think it is, actually.
Is it a navigable waterway?
Yes.
Part of the Tin-Tom? It's part of the Tin-Tom Waterway system that stretches from Iuka, Mississippi to the Mississippi Gulf Coast?
No.
Is there any money in this bill?
No, well, there's not any money where we're giving any money. It allows them to transfer the property for a purchase price.
But the purchase price is undisclosed?
No.
Nothing, there's no sale price in here of the asset?
No. If you read line 287 to 288, it gives an exact amount there.
$40,000?
Yes.
How large a body is this? How many acres is this lake?
I don't have the acreage. Again, my county came to me and said that they needed this. It started over in the House. Apparently, they've had some negotiation, and this is what they're requesting that we allow them to do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please, Mr.
You
President.
for question, Senator Hickman?
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. This is the Tom Bigby Water Management District, correct?
Yes.
Not the Tin-Tom?
No.
Okay, and as I understand it, in my conversations with Tom Bigby Water Management District, they desire to enter, they want this transfer to take place.
Yes, they want the transfer to take place because I think there's some maintenance and liability they don't want to deal with, and the Board of Supervisors want this. I mean, it's Kemper Lake. They want this project, and so this simply allows them to enter an agreement if they choose to. Again, there are no shells. They're all maize in this bill.
Thank you.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator.
So the sale price is $40,000. This is a 595 acre lake.
If you tell me that, yes. And again, they're basically taking up the maintenance and all of those things that come with the property.
Okay.
Further questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. 143, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 143 and go to item 144, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 517, Guide and Outfitter Services Licenses, revised annual fee for both residents and non-residents.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to recognize Senator Suber to explain the strike-off.
Senator Suber, you're recognized. On the strike-off, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the exact bill we passed out of the Senate earlier, added the language from our Senate bill, the guide service bill for fresh water. It's a $500 fee for in-state residents and a $2,000 fee for non-state residents to provide a guide service. And there's a $250 fee that would apply to the boat being used for the guide service. First part of it's just definitions about the definition of what a guide is and what a also a proof of residency. It must be required to be certified in first aid, and that is essentially the crux of the bill. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Questions?
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Sojourner is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Suber. I don't remember the bill when it came through the Senate, but I'm sure we voted on it. Just a quick question. I haven't read it. Just looking. Is this a new fee that we're adding to these business owners? Or what's the current fee, maybe I should
Well, I
ask?
think there's, I don't think there's a fee for fresh water. We have a fee for salt water. A lot of our local guides, our local area fishermen have requested this because it's become a very big enterprise, especially a lot of our northern lakes for crappie. And a lot of our guides are asking this. We're having a lot of people coming out of state and fishing our lakes, and so we think we need to regulate this just a little bit.
I know earlier today we had a bill that we debated for about an hour and we talked about protectionism. Is this a level of protectionism that we are trying to add by putting these level of fees on these business owners to do business in Mississippi?
Well, and I don't think it's necessarily business owners as much as it is for a lot of our local fishermen.
Who are running a business if they're a guide?
A lot of them are running a business, a lot of them are just generally fishing, but we're having so many guides and they're taking up so much of the lakes now.
And so now the state's just going to charge them to do business, even if they live in Mississippi?
And a lot of our neighboring states have done the same thing. They've actually jumped the fees up. I know Louisiana's one in particular that they have jumped up their out-of-state license, I think to $2,500, somewhere in that range. And so we're trying to stay close to where they are, and because a lot of our fees are set by, I think DMR is a little different than the wildlife fisheries, but they're trying to have a lot of reciprocity with what the state is doing. We're trying to maintain what they're doing also.
By adding a fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. I believe there's some language in this bill, if I'm remembering from last time, that it says that a guide can't keep their limit. Is that language in the bill?
Yes, it is.
Okay, why would a guide not be able to keep their limit if they have a fishing license? Why would we make them different from any other person? Because a lot of times they split their fish with whomever they have out.
A lot of the problem.
I think this is conflicting with other codes where it talks about fishing license.
I don't know that we definitely have a law that says that you can't keep your fish, or that they can. And this has been the biggest part that's been discussed with the commission and members of the House. The biggest problem we've been having, which it's already against the law, but they're selling a lot of their fish to out-of-state vendors.
Well, if that's against the law, then that's maybe where we need to get them. But if somebody has a legal fishing license, how are we going to tell them just because there's a guide that they can't keep their limit of fish? That's the question that I've come up with since we visited this last time, because I don't know that this is goes along with what our fishing license does for anybody that actually has a fishing license.
Well, now, if they're guiding and running a business, they might not necessarily have a fishing license. They should, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a fishing license.
Well, if they're a guide and they have a fishing license, how are we going to say that they can't keep their limit of fish just because they're a guide?
And I think the intent is, since they're a guide providing a service, But I understand what you're saying. Like I said, I mean, that's been the biggest part of this. We've just.
Does this bill have a reverse repealer in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Might need to add one. Would you be opposed to that?
No, ma'am, I wouldn't.
I'd like to have an amendment, please.
Please proceed. Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator Suber, will you yield for a question? One moment, please.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Zuber, isn't it true that what we do in saltwater fishing to preserve the species out there from overfishing is by these guide services not being able to keep a creel limit?
That's from my understanding. I don't know near as much as you do about saltwater fishing.
Well, the same aspect is being applied to the freshwater. A guide service is a commercial entity, and by that, the fishing license is not the application of what we're going after here.
Right, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Suber?
Yes, I do.
Senator McClendon, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator Suber. Senator Suber, what's considered the crappie capital of the world? What region of the country?
I guess North Mississippi.
And these guides that are coming in from out of state, do some of these guides carry this fish home and sell them because it's legal to sell those crappie in their state?
That's correct. They are taking the fish. I know Missouri was a big state that they were being sold in. I don't know the law of Missouri, but I'm assuming that they're allowed to do that.
And our lakes, we promote them as recreational, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. One moment, please. Do we have an amendment? Do we have an amendment?
My amendment would just be to offer a reverse repealer.
Questions on the amendment? It's on the screen. Questions on the amendment? Senator, you're welcome to speak on the amendment. Senator Suber and Senator, well, no.
I don't have a problem with the reverse repealer. This is language that this is something, I mean, we want to fix this bill and critique anything that we need to, so I don't have a problem.
Okay. Senator, you're ready for your amendment, please, Senator?
Motion would be adopt amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Suber. We're on a strike call, I believe, right now, still as amended, so you'd be adopt the strike call, sir.
I move to adopt the strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
Ask for adoption by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none. Thank you. Senator Whaley, you recognize. 145, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 145, called up and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Exception for recovering mortally wounded animals at night with use of light.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike call.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, this bill addresses recovering mortally wounded animals, especially white-tailed deer in the state of Mississippi. In the first section, it specifies that a FLIR or a thermal imaging device would be the same as a light amplifying device or a headlighting device. Therefore, it would be banned from use. It also says that that it shall not be unlawful for a licensed or exempt hunter or tracker to pursue an animal that has been wounded during legal hunting hours. They would be able to use 2 blood trailing dogs or tracking dogs at the time. They would have to be leashed. And it also specifies that once the animal is found and it is and the animal is still living, that they could dispatch the animal with nothing larger than a .45 caliber pistol. And that is basically what the bill says. So I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, ready for your motion?
I'd like to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Ready on your bill, Senator.
Ask for passage by the use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call has been requested. Any objective procedure? Court is voting no. President? Chairman Tate? Pass. Chairman Fillingham? Pass and retain 46, 47 through 53. Okay. Does anyone want to bring up anything on the calendar? Anything that we skipped on the calendar? Anyone? Seeing none, announcements? Announcements, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting for 3:15 Monday.
3:15 Monday, Mr. Clerk. Senator Norwood? Pass. Senator McCon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 1286. House Bill 366, that's number 75 and 109.
75-109. Senator McMahon?
Mr. President, I'd like to motion to reconsider the vote on item 58, today's calendar, House Bill 544.
58, Mr. 58. Okay. Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir. On item 58, House Bill 544, I voted yea. I would like to have my vote changed to present.
Can't do that. No, thank you. It's not allowed. Once it's called, Senator. Thank you very much. Senator Chasnow?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for the members to remember that Monday at 5:30, Chef Fillingham and I will be cooking at the Mississippi Powerhouse, and we hope that you will come and bring your appetites.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Frazier?
Introduction out of order, please.
Please proceed.
I would like to send to make welcome some JSU students, Austin Crudup, Kennedy Boykin, and Jordan Trussell. Please make them welcome as they walk out the chamber.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose pass? Senator Branning, you're recognized for announcement.
Two announcements, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, any of those with late Memorial Highway requests, I need you to get your resolutions to me in the next few days. It's very important that we have this timely and to be able to work in the bill that's in conference. Then you will all notice that you received a memorandum to your desk. There's an informational meeting for all members. MDOT will be here next Thursday, March the 9th in room 216 from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. to sit down with you individually to answer your questions on any transportation projects that you might have in your district, individual questions on that. So they'll be present. Please pay attention to the times. They're broken down depending on which transportation district you reside in. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, wanted to announcement.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Wanted to remind everyone that the local and private drafting deadline is a week from tomorrow. So next Friday, the 10th, is the drafting deadline for local and private. This is your last weekend that you've got to get those resolutions together.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Barrett. Senator Barrett, for announcement. Pass. Other announcements. other announcements. Thank you all, Senate, for hard work today on a number of bills. And we will recognize Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until 5:00 p.m. today, at which time the Journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 4 p.m. Monday.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.